Hello everybody. Welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. Congrats on getting your shiny crystal and best of luck to you, Game God. Also hello to Frenchie and Moldy, Deviant Rajang, and Gormagala. I don't think anybody else has stopped by yet. I don't think I've missed anybody. What's Monster Hunter? Shadows of Alpha, it is an RPG. It's a really cool RPG. Don't make it to the very start of streams very often? Well, at the very start of streams, I usually thank people for showing up promptly by giving them some extra beans, so thank you guys all for being here. I hope you're all having a good night so far. Aw. Frenchie, that's very kind of you. Thank you for the gifts up to Crystal. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And Crystal, enjoy. Cheers for the emotes, Frenchie. I think I've gotten all of them now. I think I've gotten all of them. I'm not sure how to check, but I think I have. How many of them are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it doesn't let me click more than one. I wanted to click all of them. I clicked one and then it went away. Hang on. There we go. I think I've got them all. This is your peak? It is. It's very appreciated, Frenchie. You're very generous. Alright, let's go ahead and switch over to the Monster Hunter. We're going to start things off with everybody's favorite. A Charm Farm. Well, no worries, Crystal. Frenchie's gotcha. Yeah, we're going to start off with a quick Charm Farm here in the volcano. 3rd gen volcano is the best volcano. Moldy saying only facts in the chat. Oh, maybe I don't have them all, Frenchie. Never mind. I thought I did, but I don't. Frenchie definitely does. Frenchie definitely does. Why are you blaming Moldy McGee? Why are you blaming Moldy McGee for your game's RNG? Is that a new cup icon on your name and chat? They added some stars to it, and I don't know why or what it means. But yeah, there's some new stars there. I do have some new badges there in the works right now. I'm in touch with an artist. Because it's high time I gave you guys some nice badges for being subs for so long. But I didn't do anything to get those stars. It just kind of happened. I don't know what those mean. Gek has it too? Maybe it just means that you're the streamer? Or maybe it's like what would show up if you had a tier 3 sub? Maybe in Twitch's eyes we have tier 3 subs? I don't know. Like I said, I've never seen it before until a couple days ago, and it showed up on my name. I'm guessing it just means tier 3 sub or streamer. Oh, gotta mute the game. Uragon's gonna harsh our mellow with the music. Bye, Uragon. Wouldn't get the new badge because of your Founder's badge? Founder's badge is pretty cool too. Just wait and see. I have some cool badges planned. I hope they show up soon, but that's in the artist's hands at this point, not mine. When I can show them to you guys, I will. You'll look into it? Oh, well, thank you. Very kind. Basil with that Founder's badge. It's been a long time now. I feel very grateful and lucky. Enjoy the cool drink, Cat. Hello, Marths. Welcome. I hope you're doing well today. Hi. And yeah, we're starting things off with a Charm Farm because that's the armor I had on, and I was like, meh, why not? It's been a year now. It's been a long time. Thank you so much for your Basil. It's crazy. I hope it's been a good year. How's everyone's day going? I practiced some more Tigrex and Freeman Night off stream. We did a secret Discord stream. Which isn't that secret. You just have to be in the Discord. We've now gone from me not being able to complete the quest against Tigrex to me being able to complete the quest. just not well or fast. So we still have some work to do. Yep, on PC you can choose which badge you want to show up. That's true. Yep. Even if you're on your phone, you can still log into twitch.com on your phone and like make it display the desktop version and fix it up. Just once, if that's all you need. The music's a little bit low. That's okay, we'll turn it up in a minute. I think we're gonna start off with some training school stuff tonight. I'll let you guys choose the weapon I use on some of those fights. Gotta start rolling through some of the clears we haven't done yet so we can start working towards the barrage piercing. I had a burrito for dinner tonight, which was nice. Annie wasn't feeling well, so I picked us up some food. Which was nice. We watched some TV. That's true. Stream will still be here. You'll probably come back and I'll be carding and you'll be like, I didn't miss anything. Wanted to get Indian food, but it's too late now. I have that struggle a lot right now. Things that used to be open late aren't open quite as late anymore because of pandemic stuff, which is understandable. It's fine. It's on me. But I have that situation happen a lot where I'm like, I don't know what I want to eat tonight. And then it gets to be like 9. And I'm like, well, there's not much to eat anymore tonight. Aww. That's really sad. I'm sorry that your cat was so scared. That's probably a nice thing, Frenchie. I think that's a very kind thing of you to do. Got some spunk and you're making tacos? Sounds like a good time. I hope the tacos are good to go. It was really hot where I was today. Not as hot as where Crystal was the other day, but still pretty hot. Got plenty of cuddles. That's good. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. Hi, Tarthur. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. There we go. All right, well, that was our warm-up charm run. I forget what that one is, Marths. The one that you have waiting for me. I still wanted to do some more Winds of Departure. No dragon talismans. Oh well. That's okay. We'll try again later on tonight. But yeah, we'll start off with some training school stuff shortly here. I was able to get the Stream Elements raffles to work yesterday. I figured out what was wrong with them. Things are still kind of broken, but I was able to make them to work. Or, I was able to make them work. I was able to make them to work. This album is very fun. The swing jazz album. I wish there were more. Like, I wish there were one swing, or just one jazz album per Monster Hunter game. I think that would be enough Monster Hunter Jazz at that point. Maybe. Yes, it does, Demon Coup. Yes, it does. Like, a lot. I'm sorry if you're moving right now. I guess you've mentioned recently that you were. If you are currently in that process or about to be, then I'm sorry. I hope it is as stress-free as possible. My last move was pretty smooth, but even still, it feels so jostling. to sell some of those ores again soon. All right. We're going to go ahead and we're going to fade out this lovely jazz, I do believe, and switch over to the training school for our audio next. Thank you, Monster Hunter Swing. You beat Ucanlis today. Next up we beat Gogmazios. Wow, back to back like that. Best of luck. That's awesome. Congrats on beating Ucanlis. Right now you're hacking the 3DS. Sick. Best of luck with that too. If you have any general questions, I might be able to help out. If it's something specific, I would say try the Homebrew Discord. I've hacked a couple 3DSs over the last year or two. Okay. So we need to A rank one more. We need to A rank this Duramboros. I think we might try Dual Blades or Greatsword next time. Maybe even Hunting Horn. But for first, I want to go ahead and finish off one of the ones that we haven't done with a bunch of weapons. Barrage earrings? Yeah, I'm trying to get both the earrings. Thanks for the link. These are really clear instructions. Good, I'm glad it's working for you. I'll let you guys choose my weapon for the Logambi. We're going to start off with that. And thanks all for being here. Wait, hang on. Forgot I have to do something special to make it work and not break. Extreme Elements, why? Okay. So using straw poll? Nope, I was able to get the raffle to work. I just have to do something a little bit special. So if y'all are here in the chat and you want to choose the weapon for this first training quest of the night, go ahead and type !ticket. Need to do more of these Logambi ones. Preferably choose a weapon that we haven't already used against a monster. There are 2 criteria for unlocking some of the special armor pieces from the arena in this game. One of them is A ranking each one of the practice quests once, and the other one is just finishing all the practice quests with all the weapons. So for the ones that we've already A ranked, like Logambi here, we just want to try and start going through with each of the weapons and clearing them with it. I just realized that my AC is still on, so I'm gonna go turn off my AC. I'll be right back. But yeah, if you guys want to choose the weapon for this first hunt, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. Snag the microphone there. It was cool enough in here. So let's see. We have some Yellow Sharpness Dumpling Dual Blades with the Roggy set that gives Constitution +2, Mind's Eye, and Double Stun. Woof. But we have Mind's Eye, so it doesn't matter. You'll never have to sharpen. You'll never have to sharpen. We already did this with the Chain Slaughter, where you get Wide Range +2 and Focus, along with a nice Thunder Longsword. You get a normal level 2 gun lance with Yellow Sharpness that has status attack +1. It's a Paragun Lance and Quick Sheath. Interesting. There's a Kurapeko horn. I've never seen that horn before. That horn is funky looking. I kind of want that horn. It's a fire horn that gives negate. Well, the horn does its own thing, but we have negate hunger, horn maestro, and attack up small. Pretty good set. And then we have the Arzuros gun, which has load up and pellet / spread up, along with, let's see what items. Normal pellet 1 and normal 2 and flaming. Okay, so you probably use your flaming or your crag and then go with pellet for the rest of the hunt, and then normal if you needed it. Hopefully we wouldn't need the normal shot. Neat. All right, last call for choosing my weapon for this. Go ahead and type !ticket if you want your name in there for a chance. There are 7 people entered currently, Demon Coup. I'm gonna give it another like 15 seconds and that's it. Hi, Frenchie. Big ol' sip of coffee. My coffee's getting cold because I had some technical difficulties while I was setting up for stream. I'm getting to the point where I'm like, but why the buttocks? Damn. What else needs to be said? I'm getting to the point where I'm feeling like just buying a regular webcam instead of using a friggin' iPhone for the camera. Even though I feel like the camera on the iPhone is probably as good, if not better, than a lot of webcams. It's like, it's not worth the hassle. Alright. Let's see who's gonna pick. It's gonna be Crystal Time Gear. Crystal Time Gear. I wonder what weapon you're gonna pick for me. I just wonder. What could it be? Rigged Central? It wasn't rigged. You can see right there, it had a 14.29 chance of winning. Gosh darn it. Stupid phones. How did she win again? Hunting Horn, yep. She won yesterday too. Super rigged. Ultra rigged. All right, the Gombi with Hunting Horn. This Hunting Horn looks sick, by the way. All right, what else do we have? We have an easy pitfall trap. Let's pick the dual blades for max suffering. They have Mind's Eye. It wouldn't be that bad. Oh my god. That's amazing. What else does it play? It can play health recovery. Okay, it doesn't matter. Whoops. 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 This horn is really cool. I really like this horn. Ugh. A little early there. Alright, Lagombi turns slow. Good to know. You had this horn in 3 ultimate. I'm gonna have to make this one. Like, this horn's really cool. I wonder if there's a Crimson version that's like real good, has attack up on it or anything like that. I am not good at hitting a skeleton with Hunting Horn. Interesting. Nope. Too far away off him with that. Let's try and make myself stand a little closer. Well, it's been instrumental in me getting better at Hunting Horn, Crystal. I don't think that a lot of these cases I would have gotten better at Hunting Horn if it weren't for you. So I appreciate it. No. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Martz. Heavy Bowgun's another weapon that I really don't feel super confident with right now. Dang it, I missed. Maybe quicker on the draw. But not that quick. Also, what do you guys think of this fashion? Mixture of Viking the Gombi set and the skull mask. We didn't do a Matsu with horn yet. Such a good horn. Woof. He's zooming. I like that he can slide around in the sand, kind of like he slides around in the snow. Oh, I could have gotten that with a super pound. Oh well. Oh, that really didn't hit it? Okay. Deodorant off. Oh well. Let's go ahead and get that sharpen off while it's still tired. This should be fine. Health boost and deodorant, you're right. Oh, Lagombi. I think it takes more damage on its head than its butt. It feels like it. Well, oh well. Maybe not, actually. About damage more? Ah, okay. Well, here we go. Poor Lagombi. It's pretty sharpened. Right, now it's mad. So now we actually have to be careful. I wasn't careful. Ooh, that stamina goes down quick. Just won't use stamina. Too far away. Yeah. Man. It's not gonna get old. Nope. Way off base. Nope, that was supposed to be a roll. We're kind of getting bodied by the butt right now. Ever wanted to stop a Lagambi charge with a hunting horn like a greatsword with a Tigrex? I think that might be my goal now. Alright. I'll take that. That's a good warm-up. Ristretto would be proud. I don't know if Ristretto would be proud of this whole fight, but maybe that one move right there. That was fun. Aw, B rank. Feels bad, man. No rush? It'll be a while, Marth, I'm sorry. But I appreciate the no rush. Alright. Now what? Do you guys think we do one of the intermediate ones, or do we go straight to Duramboros and try and get an A rank? I think I want to do one more hunt before that. Could do Purple Ludroth or Sand Barioth with one of the weapons we haven't done it with yet. Why don't we do Sand Barioth? Sand Barioth's always hype. I'll let you guys choose my weapon for that. There we go. So, if you guys want to choose the weapon for this Sand Barioth training, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat, and you can choose between the couple weapons we got here. See what we're going to do for our next bit of warming up. We got the A rank on this yesterday after a couple tries with Switch Axe, which felt pretty nice. So the ones that we haven't done it with yet, or we haven't done this Stamina Recovery Up Weakness Exploit pair of dual blades. We haven't done this Trap Master Bombardier Lance setup. And we haven't done this Adrenaline +2 Latent Power 1 bow. That sounds pretty hype. That set also looks super nice too. There's an ogre armor plus the Ranger's hat, Ranger's helm, Ranger's turban. Thanks for sticking around while we warm up here, folks. I'm not sure what I want to do with Elatrian today. I think I might want to do another hammer clear because I had fun getting okay at hammer with it last night. But also doing another weapon and learning another weapon could be fun as well. So I'm not sure. Oh wait, that's not the Zenogre arms though. What arms are those? Rathian, it looks like? Huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cool. Alright, last call for this weapon raffle. If you want to choose my fight, or want to choose what we're going to use for this next fight, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. We've already done this one with longsword and with switch axe. I'm still kind of waking up. I had a big dinner, so I'm kind of feeling a little sleepy. Hopefully the coffee and Monster Hunter will help feel awake in a little bit. All right. Oh my god. Dude. Crystal wins again. There's no hunting horn this time. What's Crystal gonna choose? I promise it's not rigged. There's no rigging. You're rioting? No, please don't riot. Alright, Crystal, what's it gonna be? You can choose any of them, but I'd appreciate it if you picked one of the ones we haven't done yet. Some people just have all the luck. Bow? Alright, let's do it. This is an adrenaline bow set. I don't know if I'm going to try and proc adrenaline on my own because I suck and I probably just kill myself, but once we get down to that health, I'll leave myself at that health. I think adrenaline procs at what? Like 40 health? No. 30 health? I forget. Alright, we have this fire bow. Dude, this set looks sick. 40%? Okay. So we're not that far off, really, from it already. We have para and power. This bow fires para and power, and it has paralysis effect up. All then. Let's put your best foot forward. Oh wait, hang on. It fires spread, pierce, pierce. Interesting. Gotta aim well. It's probably still not 40% health yet. There we go. Do it. Oh, it's in different. Oh, it's different. Oh, okay. It's 40% of your remaining health. I got it. Okay. I thought it was just 40% of a full health bar. Understood. So we probably don't have it quite yet procced. Close though. Oh, okay. Of course, that hits harder than the hip checks. Good to know. Good to know. Me trying to do heroics or adrenaline is always a good time. Well, good to know. That move is not a good move to knock your health down, though. Not even a little bit. Why do they give you combo books, but nothing to combine? Doesn't make any sense. Now it should be procced. Yeah, I guess now it should be procced, right? That's how it works. You fall beneath the threshold once and it procs. Is this the usual method? I guess I could shoot. I guess I could blow him up with bombs and myself up with bombs, and that could maybe help. All right, that should do it. We'll use a small barrel bomb to make sure that we're gonna stay beneath 40. Oh, we don't need to do that anymore. Nice, nice job, Tarpon. Okay, this should still be good. Yeah, that was a bad idea. We may have to give this one a second try. There is some nuance to playing with Adrenaline Bow that I've not practiced. Nuance such as don't get hit. Yeah, that. It's hard because I mean, like, my brain just gets confused, dude. One moment you're supposed to get hit, the next moment you're not. Tough to deal with that. This set does look really cool. I'm a fan. Oh, that's so lame. So I have realized recently that he has two different versions of that tornado attack that he can do. If he is on the ground, he will spin around the tornado a full time before coming at you. If he is already in the air, he will go around the tornado not quite a full time and come at you, so it's a little faster. So you have to be on your toes. Fast quest, congrats. Thanks, Marth. Appreciate it. We'll try that one again. Hello, Zedridge. Welcome, welcome. How's everybody? We're doing okay. We're warming up still. Doing some quests in the training school. Such a warm welcome. Well, I'm happy to have you. Thanks for being here. Me and chat. I should probably use the power coatings. Are you winning? Not yet. Welcome, Hyper Apex Regios. At the very tip of his tail. I would call Pierce Bow something I need to practice. So I guess it's good that we're doing this here. Like, I'm not good at spotting when is a good time to release a Pierce arrow. Like, that's a good time, but I'm not always good at spotting those. Wow. It's weird. Some of his moves do very little damage that look like they should do a lot, and other ones just do massive amounts of damage. It's interesting. It also makes it tough to try and use his moves to proc adrenaline. A little unpredictable. Back in we go. I want to hit these aerial shots so much. That's awesome. I'm glad that watching helped in some way for you. That's a kind compliment to pay. There we go. That's the kind of shot you want. With him just backing up into Pierce procs for days. I don't know if those aerial shots are worth it. It doesn't seem like it. A little too late there. Yeah, first attempt is pretty good. Agreed. I guess I should, Martz. Well, cheers, Sedrush. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll try and, like, help out however I can. That makes sense, Martz. I hadn't thought about it that way. I'm sure that's something that someone who runs adrenaline more frequently would have thought of by now. Ah, okay, there we go. And we finally procced latent power for the first time. Well, we'll try that again. This one's not going too smoothly. Two things I've not practiced, Adrenaline Bow and Pierce Bow. Picked up Pierce's iframing attacks. Fighting Narakuga never was quite as fun as today. That's awesome. That makes me really happy to hear, because iframes are very fun. Iframes are some of my favorite part of the series. I've been trying to pierce the wings as much as I've been piercing tip to tail, or head to tail. Appreciate it, Demon Rajang. Evade Zero feels so incredibly satisfying. That makes me really happy. One of us. One of us. And yeah, Marth, your advice makes sense. Too far away. And just bad shot. His wings are also quite weak to element generally, so piercing the wings is not a bad idea at all. That little one proc. Seems like shooting diagonally from his head to his wings hits pretty well. This fight seems really hard with bow. I don't think it's too bad. I'm kind of bummed because right now I'm supposed to be at 40% health. This set has adrenaline, which means that we're going to be doing a lot more damage if I can fight with a lot less health down. I totally trust myself to do that yet. I think I have to really focus on Pierce. Pierce does not come naturally to me. My thought was kind of use use the power coatings up before proccing adrenaline, and then proc adrenaline once the power coatings were out. Hi, cool guy Dalton. Welcome. Did you know there was a variant of Barioth? There is, and he's pretty cool. We're gonna die again. We're not dead. Wow. Huzzah. Now we're dead. I cannot catch a break with this fight. Gore, you stuffed out my beans command. There. You just crossed 200,000 beans tonight, I think, Gore. 200,000 is pretty fat stack of beans. Dang it. Wait, it didn't hurt me. It didn't hurt me, and it didn't hurt him. But why is the buttocks? Damn. That also didn't hurt me. I guess the small barrel bomb is proccing first and hitting me. Oh well, those were wasted. You will sit on your throne of beans, the bean queen. I was safe there. Nope. Like I said, I cannot catch a break with this fight. I'm trying to let myself get hit down below 40%, and then every time I do, I just get murdered. Me and adrenaline don't mix. Hello, Deuce-Lagat, welcome. Gotta do heroics. We're gonna be doing heroics runs. Heroics runs I find a little bit better because then it's just like you just can't get hit at all. With this, it's like you want to get hit, but not too much. It's like, ugh. I'm clearly not practiced at adrenaline or heroics. We'll have to practice. I don't think they stack in this game. I think the last game they stacked in was maybe Freeman Inc. Maybe Freedom 2. Seems like depending on where you get hit by that move, it does a lot or a little bit of damage. Wow. Should have just dumpily done this with bow in the first place instead of doing switch axe. The power of bow. We didn't even use adrenaline or latent power, we just shot the bow. Imagine if you were good. You could get her, we could probably get S rank with that weapon. I don't feel really proud of that, but we did it. Yay. 3 seconds slower than switch axe. I mean, yeah, me too, cool guy Dalton. I think the idea was too, but I just couldn't get that to happen without dying. You just made a little snack? Nice. Alright. One more training quest before we try some Elatrian tonight. We're going to do Duramboros again. I'll let you guys choose the weapon out. Okay. Shoot, wait, hang on. Nope, never mind. I gotta reset that. I was doing it wrong. One moment. Hold your beans. There we go. Now go ahead and give it a shot. Did Chris win the last one? Yeah, Crystal has won twice tonight and once last night. And then in the past, she's won 3 times in a row. It's ridiculous. So if you guys would like to choose my weapon for this Duramboros, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat right now. And if your name gets drawn, you get to pick what we're going to use on this arena quest here. No one's ever won twice before? That's a lie. There have been others who have. These sets for the Duramboros are actually pretty cool. I'm gonna give that just another minute or two. Well, that bow one clearly had a lot of room for improvement. I got a little bit better at hitting the pierce shots. Not great, but a little bit better. Whatever you say, Martz. You're all good, Basil boy. It's already got you in there. All right, last call here. What does the heavy bowgun look like? It's the Ignactor heavy bowgun. Go ahead and type !ticket if you want to choose my weapon for this Duramboros fight in the arena. I like the little Peko shield, I think it is. Yeah? Yep, Kura Peko guards. That little shield is cute. The switch axe? We did the switch axe one as well. It's the Sand Burial switch axe. That one's a pretty good switch axe. Like, you think it would hurt for missing power file, but having that much natural white sharpness and high raw on its own make it so that, I don't know, man. That seems like a pretty valid switch axe even without power file. The hunting horn seems pretty neat. It's got part breaker and sneak. And then on the horn itself, it has tremor resistance and it has elemental attack boost. And it's got 450 fire already. Are the gold ones the weapons you've used on this quest before? Yes. All right, let's see here. It's going to be Deviant Rajang. Hello, Dravos. Hello, Deviant Rajang. What would you like me to use for this Duramboros? You get to choose out of these 5 weapons. Preferably one of the 3 we haven't done yet, but if you want to see one of the other ones, that's fine. It makes sense, Ken. You choose Greatsword? Let's do it. I think it's got crit draw, which is good for us. All right. Tremor res and crit draw. That's pretty good. Let's see. We also have a shock trap and bombs. Okay. No focus though. We really might be better off just going for boom. What game? Yep, this is still Monster Hunter Portable 3rd on the PSP. Off his tail, we'll try. Nice, tremor res. OZ. No focus. No, there's no focus. Just crit draw on tremor res. I wish there was focus. Oh shoot. Well, I hadn't built up a high enough stagger there. Lucky that's not a rusted Duramboros. I've never fought one. Oh, we're gonna get wrecked. That's okay. Someone said the torch does damage to this guy. Probably about as much damage as it would to like a Jaggy or something. Alright, we're gonna try again. 1, 2. Is this guy weak to dragon? Yeah, I don't think there's anything special about Duramboros where the torch does more damage to him or anything. I don't know if it's like fire type damage, in which case maybe it would do like 2 damage to Duramboros instead of 1 damage to like a Jaggy or a Kelby or something. Alright, we're going in there. We're getting that trip. We're not getting that trip. There we go. The dragon on the tail tip? Okay. Good to know. That's probably why they give you tremor resistance. They want you to be sniping that tail all fight long. That's scary, though. I don't trust myself around the tail. Like, in general, Duramboros hunts recently, I've been making myself just avoid the tail at all costs. It's just too dangerous. Like, just being anywhere near it is a liability to me, at least. Bummer, dude. Just getting smacked. Did you not smack me, Duramboros, please? I'm gonna get smacked again. Yeah, that's what I thought. In general, it feels like the tail tip is pretty weak. Too far away. Should have gone for one more crit draw. Yep, you're such trolls. Should have rolled in. No, he's talking about the legs are one hit zone value short of being able to proc Lex in this game, which is frustrating. So close. Proc what? So, we don't have the skill right now, but there's a skill in this game called Weakness Exploit that gives you a much higher chance to do critical hits that do a lot of damage as long as you're attacking a part that is weak. The game calls any part of the monster that is kind of a 45 out of 100 weak. So its legs are a 44, meaning that they're 1 point away from being considered weak enough to get you that crit bonus. So it's like they're really, really close, but they don't give you it, which is a bummer. Me too, Ken. I think I do as well. Maybe a little less generous though. Yep, the humps are crazy. A 96 hit zone is one of the highest hit zones in the game. move gets me a lot. Is Devil Joe Dual Blades good? Yeah, they're high raw. They have good dragon. They don't have crazy dragon, I guess. But they have really high raw, which is nice. Alright, he's tired. That means he should fall over on his own without us doing anything at all. Take a ration here. And let's go get our charge. We should just barely be able to get this. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Oops. Not all sharpness mod does that. So I guess I don't think sharpness mod affects crit draw. Or not crit draw, sorry, weakness exploit. My bad, wrong word there. I don't think the sharpness modification affects weakness exploit. Weakness exploit just takes whatever the hit zone would normally be, I believe. Hi, Angani, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Depends on where that whole sharpness mod is added in the damage calculation formula, which I've never really made my way through before. Welcome people from Angani stream, and welcome Angani. How was the rest of your stream, eh? Good, but or I guess let's see. Tired Ang is done hunting. Tired Ang of tired is done hunting. Oh, good progress. Okay, I'm glad you made good progress. There was one night last week where I was just exhausted on stream, so I feel ya. No. Alright, we're fine. You missed. You missed, Duramboros. Can maybe finish up the next rank next stream if more quests don't show up. Nice. What rank are you at? I know at some point you said you were doing 6-star, which is still high rank. Are you already getting close to G rank? That would seem so fast. Oh, okay, 6 stars, initial high rank. Interesting. You're on 7-star now. Okay. And I'm guessing you still have to do high rank up. Alright, that makes sense now. Oops. Love that greatsword, by the way. Used it a lot when you first had 3U. I hadn't seen this greatsword until pretty recently. It's really cool. Cut tail now? Nah, we're probably not going to go for the tail because it's an arena. There we go. Didn't get A rank. We might be able to with greatsword though. That was a fun matchup. The greatsword has writing on it. I don't think it has writing on it in this game. Oh, right. Rusty Greatsword comes all beat up like that, and Worn is the properly restored version. The Worn version does have writing. Neat. Thanks. 13-14. That's another B rank, but that's our fastest time so far in Duramboros. Feels good. Let's do another ticket? Okay, let's do another one. I think I want to try that Duramboros again. Hmm. Let's do Brute Tigrex. We're going to try out this challenge quest for Brute Tigrex for the first time. And then we'll go ahead and we'll move on to whatever else we're doing tonight. Bright screen. Okay. So, if you guys are in the chat and you'd like to choose my weapon for this next hunt, which is going to be, I think, our last arena hunt for the beginning of the stream, go ahead and type !ticket. Let's take a look at the different sets we have access to here. We have a Sword and Shield set with health plus 50, combination plus 20, Stamina Thief, Trap Manster, and Combo Pro. There's nothing to combine! That doesn't make any sense. Maybe you could gather things? Hello, 7Cloud007. Welcome. That doesn't make any sense. Alright. Then you have Focus, Constitution +1, and Evasion +1 for Switch Axe. That sounds really cool. For Hammer, here you have a Paralysis Hammer that has Sharpness +1, Have Stun, Marathon Runner, and Attack Up Small. You have Health +20 and Weakness Exploit for Gun Lance. And then you have High Grade Earplugs and Recoil Down for this Royal Ludroth gun. It comes with Clust and Pellet too. Pellet sounds nice. 2 players give items to each other, then combine? Maybe so. All these sets are kind of poo? Yeah, not great. Alright. Last call for this weapon raffle. If you want to choose my weapon for this next hunt, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. If your name gets drawn, then you get to pick between these 5 for me. And seal my fate against Brute Tigrex. Stamina Thief, better Shield Bash. Does Stamina Thief only apply to impact type damage? I think there are fireworks going off outside. Yes, I did not know that. You learn something new in Monster Hunter every day. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and finish this up in about 10 seconds here. I still feel like I'm waking up a little bit. Didn't know that? No, I haven't used Stamina Thief. I knew that like Slugger was only going to apply to impact type damage, but I didn't know that Stamina Thief only applied to impact type damage. Interesting. All right, speaking of Marths, at Marth's Tip, what are we going to use here on this Brute Tigrex? You won. Thanks for the window into more Monster Hunter to feed your addiction. You're welcome. How would you like me to call you? V-Cloud or 7Cloud007? Just Cloud007? Welcome to the stream. Sword and Shield? Alright. Let's see how we do. Interesting. Yeah, this should be interesting. I don't know how many shield bashes I'm gonna go for. Oh, health plus 50 is nice. However, because of health plus 50, we don't have any max potions. That's probably okay. This set looks silly. I won't lie, this is giving me some bad flashbacks to earlier today in Freemy Night. Vic? Cool. Gotcha. Well, welcome, Vic. Nice to see you. point in the night. Wow, those hitboxes are so much nicer in this game. Oh my word. Probably should have rolled forwards through that. Nope, greedy. See how it evolved? I think that'd be a day of me just getting bullied by Tigrex, honestly, Moritz. That was supposed to be a whetstone. Oh well. People have suggested similar stuff to that in the past. I know Martz has had that suggestion several times, so has Ken. A few people have. It's not a bad idea. Ooh, I have an idea. I should have done that for both of those traps. Their stamina thief skill. Misspaced. Oh god, that's so much nicer. I guess you could pretty consistently do that on turns when he's unenraged. I don't know if that was safe. Probably not. Nope. I don't know why I thought that would be. Should have rolled forwards there. I think that would have been safe. Whoops. He's tired out. No. Diablos isn't a horrendous fight, though. Does it need to be horrendous? I don't think Tigrex is a horrendous fight in any incarnation except for Freeman Knight. And even then, it's just like, I really don't like that fight. I can see how some people like it. Missed. Let's knock it off on what monsters we all hate. We all have monsters that we like and dislike. I'm really bad at Freeman Knight Tigrex, but other people are really good at Freeman Knight Tigrex. It's okay. Good night, Hyper Apex Regios. Thanks for hanging out. I feel like after fighting Tigrex and Freeman Knight, I feel like I fight Tigrex better in this game. Whoop. Got stuck. Shush smarts. We tried for a long time to do just that. Oh god, this fight is so much more fun in this game. Like, I don't know, there's gonna be people who dislike every single monster. That's okay. Alex DB2, thanks for the follow, cheers. I'm really bad at Freeman Knight Tigrex, and I'm really bad at some other fights. That doesn't mean that they're bad fights, I just don't like them very much. That's okay, it's alright for people to have fights like that, and I think it's kind of neat that because this game has so many different kinds of challenges, you can have people who are all genuinely good at Monster Hunter who have a hard time with genuinely different fights. It's not always true with games. I could be doing a lot better in this matchup. I'm not getting hit a whole lot, but I feel like I'm punishing him kind of meekly. I gotcha. Whereas the Tigrex subspecies and variants can change quite a bit, don't they? Same opening works for me, Knight. 1, 2. Missed. Yeah, I also like Wolverjang. I'm not good at it, but I like it. This is a fun matchup. Thought for a second that was gonna hit us. Brute does give you pretty good openings to sharpen. That's nice. Ugh. Did he get stuck? No, he just hit the wall. Ow. Ow. Oh, he's still Tigrex, alright. How is Brute Tigrex in this game? It's his first game. He's pretty good. I like him. He's not that different from Brute Tigrex in 4 Ultimate. He has some moves that I think they took away from high rank Brute in 4U and gave to Molten instead. But he's a good fight. He's not super different. Just a slightly less chargey Tigrex that has the big ol' roar. I'm a little low on stamina. That's okay. I don't really feel like fixing it. Whoops. I keep screwing it up. I'm trying to go for 1-2 hits of the triangle, just 1-2, and then this. So I'm kind of misinputting. Just getting a regular triangle slash to come out instead. That's okay. That's not a card. Another jump. Ah, classic. Classic, classic. Okay. Right timing, wrong spacing. Missed it. Missed it again. It's slightly different positioning. I think the sword hits slightly differently than Free Midnight does. I was just practicing this matchup in Monster Hunter Free Midnight earlier today, off screen. Oop. Wow, we got really lucky. How much health does this Hybrex have? This is a challenge quest, so it's scaled pretty high up. He's getting pretty close to death, though. He's raging quite quickly. There we go. Nice. Could have been a little faster. I think it took me a minute to find a groove with this guy. But that was fun. You're all good to share your opinions, Mars. I think you do it pretty consciously of others, which is good. You're doing it in a better way than just being bad. Which I think is how live opinions tend to come out on the internet. 1911. That's a B rank. Hello, Monstropolis. Welcome, welcome. We were just warming up with some arena quests for the first 2 hours of the stream, you know. Whoops. Stream's good. Stream's good. We're starting to chip away at some of these clears for these arena quests. We've almost A-ranked all of them, which is what you need to unlock one of the armor pieces. And then the other ones just need to complete every quest with every weapon. So we're getting there. I think next we're going to go ahead and try Elatrium with Hammer and see if we can just do it. I don't think it'll be as polished as our last night attempts were. I just want to do it one more time, and then maybe after we get a Hammer clear again, then we'll go ahead and try and learn a new weapon. I had fun with Elatrium with Hammer last night. I'd like to try it again. We also made the Elatrian Hammer last night in celebration of clearing it with Hammer. It took us probably a good 4 or 5 hours to get an Elatrian clear with Hammer last night, so felt like a good reward. What Gravios taste like? Really stale, dry meat. Ristretto pants to you too, Parsec Mech. Thank you so much for the sub, and thank you for 8 months. Thank you. Everyone needs a good pants emote. That's what I think it would taste like, is like a jerky. Exactly, Mars. I'll sell some Might Seeds soon. go ahead and get ready for Elatrian. Whoops, that's a guild hall. We need a home. No cats for Elatrian. Something ain't right. I think I have the cap on, I need the helm. Whoops. Uh-huh. There we go. How much true raw does Duramboros hammer have? Duramboros hammer has 235 raw and 1 slot. This has 205 with 2 slots, 40 dragon, natural white. So the Duramboros one might be stronger. This set is just a lot stronger. Because you have built-in sharpness +1, you don't need to worry about having sharpness +1 in your set at all. So I think that this is probably stronger in the end. Especially because when it's in the air, it's weak. It's weaker to dragon, which means you can bonk it a little easier when it's in the air. A big portion of our other set was getting sharpness +1 and getting speed sharpen. So, okay, time to put the set together. In terms of items, we need all these. We need some max potions. What else do we need? Wouldn't mind some energy drinks and some cleansers. Need some chilled meat and some Yukomo eggs. I want to bring some paintballs just in case. A firecaster. Some bombs just in case. Some whetstones. Getting near that time for some kind of new monster game announcement, but you have no idea what the next immediate step is for Monster Hunter. Is it a Switch title? Is it a PS5, Xbox game? Ports? Who knows? Only Capcom, really. We'll know when we know. Whatever it is, it's going to be exciting. Like, any of those options are going to be exciting to look forward to. I'd be really hyped for another Switch game, personally. I don't know, I really like portable games in general, so I'd be really happy about that, but I'll be excited for anything that comes. We are totally out of honey. Oh well. After fighting Elatrian for so long last night to try and get a hammer clear, it felt really good to have this hammer made. And this is the final upgrade too. Alright, let's see if we can put into practice some of the stuff that we practiced last night. Oh, I didn't get Defender low. Bummer. I really wanted Defender low. Oh, well.
Hi.
Your bets are on World 2? I think it's too soon. Patreon. Let's see if I remember this fight from yesterday. I sure hope so. Wow. Okay, that's a good start. I mean, I don't care how many they sold parts. I don't think that they've had enough time to make something ready for the next gen machines. Close. Nice hammer, thank you. I think the reason that they were able to crank out something with a timeline as quick as Iceborne is because they were using the same game setup, the same engine, same consoles. Just an expansion to the existing game. They've already said that Iceborne is the last expansion to World. That doesn't mean they won't reuse World's assets or World's game engine like they did for so many years beforehand. But I do imagine that they'll want to do something a little bit more different than just World to Iceborne. Otherwise, why not just make an expansion? I could be wrong, and they could just do a quick other game that's similar in setup and just get more content out there. That'd be cool. In which case, I could see one getting announced this year. Maybe. But I think they'll want to do more than that for the next gen machines. I think the timeline does make sense for a Switch Monster Hunter game, especially one built for the ground up for that platform, since it's been about 2 or 3 years since they both saw that the Switch was selling well in Japan and worldwide, and saw that Monster Hunter World was selling well in the West. I think those would both be reasons for them to go ahead and try and make a Switch Monster Hunter. Almost. Alright, it's up in the air now. We might get hit by that. No, we're good. We're good. That's just my thinking on it, though. I clearly don't have any sort of inside baseball information or anything like that. That's just what would make sense to me. Too close? Yeah, too close. And that's really serious, because we have pretty low thunder resistance on this armor set. Gotta be careful of that move. It's not like Sword and Shield where we can move a little bit closer with our combo. Hammer's kind of stuck to the spot. Come on, give us 3 of those. Gosh darn it. Come on. Hard to keep up with that move, as odd as it seems. It seems so indecisive sometimes when it's flying around. Whoop. Sick, Marth. Thanks for sharing. I should probably heal. Yeah, should definitely heal. Oof, should definitely heal. I think what we might try later tonight is either Lance or Longsword on a Latrine. I haven't decided which yet. always hard to tell which direction that tail's coming from. It's going up for a big ice attack. Not a super productive time in the air for us, but that's okay. Still getting used to it here. Oop, got stuck on the wall there. Oh gosh, so much further away than I thought it was. My bad. Still hit it. That's so unfair. We couldn't even see where those were coming down because he was a little bit lower. He's lower down in the lava. So the graphic that tells you where those lightning bolts are about to hit was beneath the ground. Very cool. Elatrian, thank you. Too early there. You guys should have thought to tell me. Well, now it's happened to me, so I know about it. Too far away. Yeah. Not much to be done there. Nope. Out of position there anyways. It was poor. What's up, Ken? Go ahead. Eh, we lasted 5 minutes. That's better than nothing. What's the goal for the rest of the time with Portable Third? Right now, for this next like few days, I'm working on just clearing Elatrian some more so we can make its armor and we can make some of its weapons, and also just kind of try out the fight with a variety of different weapons. I don't think I'm going to try and do the whole thing with all the weapon types or anything like that. After that, once we've gotten some really strong weapons and armor, which I know we already have pretty much some of the strongest weapons and armor in the game, we're going to do some challenge runs. We're going to do some naked and heroics runs. I think the monsters that I want to do that for so far are Barioth, Deviljho, maybe Zinogre, possibly Amatsu, possibly Elatrian. Please do 3 times? Nope. Just won't. It knows I want it to do that. sunk a little bit of lava. Gosh darn it. Can't get you out there. That's lame. Get back over here. It's going for the ice attack again. Alright. Which direction's going? Over this way? Okay. Oh man, I was way off again. Just off of where I was going to land. Oh, jeez. Okay. Thanks, lava flows. Love you too. Almost. I've been trying to notice for a pattern in its charges, Marks, and I've been having a hard time with it. Like, try as we might, we could not figure out when it sometimes would go and do a long charge, and then it wouldn't sometimes. Because oftentimes it does go farther than I was. There must be another tell for being able to decide what kind of charge it's about to do, because the speedrunners certainly could tell. Aw, darn. I should have rolled. Rip. White sharpness lasts a long time though. This set plus the Elatrian hammer. Feels pretty nice in that regard. We have a long way to go, I think, if we're gonna try and clear this thing with one cart left. We'll have to play pretty careful. Like we should have been the whole time. I've been trying to land that last thing, Marths, but I'm having a hard time doing it. It's difficult to, like, the timing is very strict. If you actually roll, I think rolling is too much. I think you have to just move out of the way and then prep that fast golf swing. If you roll, it feels like there is not enough time to prep that. Yeah, but I was trying to get all three of those things last night. We landed all of them at least a couple times. Some of those things were more consistent than others. I guess the charges we never really got consistent. Surprised we haven't gotten KO yet. I really noticed the difference between running a set that has KO King on it and one that doesn't. More than I thought I would. Yeah, that sucks. I knock it out of its own KO state pretty frequently in this game. Apparently that's something they changed for free ultimate. So you can't do that. Oh, I want to hit that so bad. Hello, Kyoku-chan. Welcome. How are you doing tonight? We are doing a Lattrian with Hammer. We spent a lot of time last night learning this matchup, and tonight I'm just doing a little bit before we switch to another weapon we're going to try and learn. Too close. Yeah, the spacing on that particular little thing, Martz, is super, super strict. It should be just far enough away to do it just fast enough if you want to be in the right place and hit the right timing for that. How have the runs been so far? This is our first try at a Lattrian tonight. Last night we cleared it twice with Hammer, but it took a couple hours to get the hang of it. Ouch. There's no way to predict that, I guess. Aside just wait to see that it's actually turning instead of jumping back. If you're able to react to it jumping back, you'd be able to try and dunk it out of the air, which would be pretty cool. There's so much Hammer-specific stuff in this fight you can learn. It's a fun matchup. Got it! I've wanted to get that punish for a long time. That's, I think, maybe one of the first times I've hit that particular one. I wonder if you always have to be on that other side of its head, or if you can do it from this side too. Almost got the punish. Oh, we got its chest, but not its head. See, it's really specific, that spacing. It feels so much fun to practice these different setups, though. It's like every time it turns or doesn't move, it's like another setup you could go for another sick thing. Or, you know, just die. I'll try it one more time with Hammer before we move on to something else. That's just fun. I know that we did this for a long time last night, but I'm just having a fun time with it, so we'll do it again. There's ways to be a lot safer with this fight. Oh wait, actually I might not be able to do another attempt. I might be all the way out of like honey and stuff. Actually, we probably should have just enough stuff for this time through, and then we'll have to get some honey and stuff. We tried to experiment with that all last night, Martz, and I could not get it. Like, we tried being up close, tried being far away, we tried paying attention to if it turned before it charged, like, we tried all kinds of stuff, and we could not figure out what the pattern was. Oh yeah, I had a far caster I could have healed. Oops. Tried walking backwards when it charges straight at you? As opposed to out to the side? Yeah, the thing is, sometimes it turns, and sometimes it stops, and sometimes it just burrows right over. Sometimes it just blows right over you. Yeah, it doesn't always stop. It doesn't always stop. Sometimes it just keeps going past you. Seriously. Sometimes it will curve and then go a long ways. Sometimes it will just stop short of you, and then you can punish it. And sometimes it just goes straight at you and blows right past you. I'll try and pay more attention to it this time, but I don't know. We tried a lot last night. We couldn't figure out a pattern. Yeah, I don't know what it is, though. Tried not getting hit. You know, I might try that this time. Hello, Lassinede. Welcome, welcome. We're doing some more hammer on Elatrian because it's fun. This is going to be our last attempt with that, though. After this, we'll go ahead and we will jump over to a different weapon. Either lance or longsword, I think. Lance, I think, is something that might scare me a little more, but I think I should probably learn it. It seems like a good one to learn.
Hi.
Watching my stream while attempting to sleep is the best. Good, I'm glad. I hope it helps you sleep, I think. Can't wait to fight Elatrian as a Prowler. Would I consider doing an Amatsu today? Yeah, sure. Is there a specific matchup you'd like to see, Martz? Don't know? Okay. So far we've done Greatsword, Sword and Shield, Dual Blades, Longsword, Lance, and Hammer. Maybe Pierce Bow. Pierce Bow would be interesting. Would definitely be something I need some practice at, that's for sure. I don't have a Dragon Pierce Bow. I have a... I guess I might be able to get my hands on a Fire Pierce Bow, though. Would Zinogre Bow be good? I think it's weakest to Fire and Dragon, but also Thunder, so it could work. Hello, Ghostalus. Let's just let her stay on the regen. Not quite. So that time it stopped short, which is cool. It doesn't always do that, though. No longer changing the name, screw it. I like your name. No. No, we're talking about Amatsu. Sorry, not Elatrian, Ken. But you are correct for Elatrian. Push this. Missed. And it can do that move really quick afterwards. Yes! I hit it. I don't care if I got hit. I hit it. Hi, Pro Cow. Oh, did I forget Yukomo eggs? I forgot you. No, I didn't forget Yukomo eggs. I should have brought them last time. Or should have used them last time. Okay, so if it curves at all, it goes long. Maybe if it doesn't curve and it goes straight at you, then it stops short. I don't know. Nope. See? Like I said, sometimes it just goes. And it doesn't seem like there's much of a tell there. Curve that time very slightly. Okay. Watch out for very slight curves the millimeter before it hits you. Okay. Alright, last one. Well, this time you're going to turn into this. Or not. Got a new hammer? Yes. Yesterday we spent 3 or 4 hours practicing clears on this guy with hammer. And to reward ourselves at the end, when we finally got a clear, we made this. This is my first ever Elatrian weapon. And it is fully upgraded. I know you're not joking, Marths. But it did only turn very slightly at the very end of that charge. Did hit the head there. Whoops. Had to get a little closer for that to hit. You really have to let it go as soon as he pauses. You have to let that go. Like as soon as he stops short, you have to let that go. I think that would be the timing to smack the head as it comes back around. Is that lava gonna hit us? Nope, not quite. Up into the air with him. Missed. Please do it 3 times. Yes. Oh man, the flinch made him stop. Otherwise we would have gotten the golf swing there. Please do it 3 times. Yes. Do it. Do it. Yes. Do it again. I love that. It falls out of the air and then it falls over again afterwards. You got what I was going for, Max. You got what I was referencing. I'm not disciplined enough on that yet to actually land the follow-up, but I think I'm seeing what you're saying, Marths. Oh gosh. That was not supposed to be that. That was supposed to be an upswing. My bad. Waited just a little bit too long on the next one. Okay, nope, it's actually not quite when he stops short. It's just after he stops short. Missed the follow-up there. That's okay. Got it. Missed the follow-up. That's okay. This is feeling pretty good right now. The curve is really tough. I think it seems like anytime he curves, he's just going to steamroll over you 100%. If he doesn't curve and he goes straight, then he'll stop short. That seems like it might be the tell. So if you want him to actually be predictable, you want to stand in front of him. Not a bad run so far? Not so far, no. I think we've dealt pretty good damage to him so far. Yeah, and all that runs. Nope, way too close. Let's bail. That's why it's tricky. Is there's ones like that where he didn't really curve that much, but he still did the long one because he didn't stop short. I guess maybe because we weren't straight in front of him. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Ooh, that's what we're looking for right there, baby. Still die really fast, though, after that. Happy we hit that finally. That feels good. He's too far away. Oh god. Get me out. Ugh. Okay, we're good. Not bad. A little too early, I think? Yeah, a little too early there. I guess to delay it just slightly from when he stops. Nope, too far. Or to, just not the right position. I won't try and describe it in space. Oh. Okay, the double roar into the... what? Thanks, Marths. Your tips on that made it more consistent. Ow. That hurts so bad. We're dead. Yeah. Alright, I have to remember I have a Farcaster, so if we get in any screwy situations, I can get out. That's a game changer? Yeah, it might be. It might be, yeah. If you're standing directly in front of him, he'll charge and stop short. If you're off to a side even a little bit, or if you see him start curving, he will not stop short. Or no, was that the only... that was our first cart? Maybe that was our first cart. I guess it was. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, then. I thought that was our second cart. Still. Still have the Farcaster. Gotta remember that. Hey, bud. No. Alright, maybe that was a little dumb. Come back here. Glad we moved. So, like, right here, he won't stop short. Rip. It's up in the air. Ouch. Oh, we didn't get hit. I thought we were gonna. Big ice attack time. Which side's he going to? This side. Alright. That means he's gonna come down somewhere around here. We're just gonna walk over this way and come back. Oh, so close. Got the chest instead of the head. So close. This move's scary. He taunts, then he can turn. Too early. Do Sonics even work on Nimble Surf? They tell him where to come up out of the ground. When he's under the ground, I don't know if it matters if he's enraged or unenraged or not. But when he's under the ground, if you Sonic Bomb, he will then, instead of charging at you sideways, he will then come up underneath. So you could lay a bomb down and then put a Sonic there. Or put a Sonic Bomb and then a bomb there, and then go ahead and blow him up that way. How are you liking those powerful Elatrium weapons? This is the first one I've made, but they're pretty nice. It looks so cool. It never runs out of sharpness with this set. It's like this and Silver Rathalos armor were meant for each other. I believe that's how they work, kind of. No, come back. Grr. Darn it, I'm gonna miss. Man, that sucks. I thought I was safe. I should have rolled. Well, maybe we get a second chance. We do. Bonks our ass. That's where we're at right now. Come on. I want him to do that combo so badly because then we can get the nice golf swing off on his head. Alright, back to ground mode. That's nice. Woof. Alright, we gotta heal. What should have killed me, Pro Cow? Missed. See, that's what I'm talking about, Martz, is there's some scary ones like that. Where it looks straight and true, but it's not. Nice. I think that was faster than last time. Last time was about 25 minutes, so this was faster. That feels good. And I think that was cleaner than either of the attempts we cleared last night. Nice. That is a really fun matchup with Hammer. Really frustrating, but really fun. Okay, what do you guys think? Should we do it with Lance or Longsword next? Thank you, Deviant Rajang. It'll be a satisfying kill screen. Longsword? I think Lance is going to be a lot different than Hammer, so I'm kind of tempted to do Lance, but I don't know. I really didn't like that matchup yesterday. I still don't think that we've gotten a totally consistent way of dealing with his charge. Y'all want to see LS, huh? Okay. Maybe we'll do LS. What was that? 20 minutes? We'll see in a second. Longsword. Oh my god, look at that kill screen. Oh, it looks so good. The crit going off, the dragon element. Oh, it looks so good. Hey, we got another gem. I'm happy. Talon, Talon, Talon. Broken Sky Piercer, Dragon Gem, and our 4th Sky Piercer. 21 minutes. Shaved like 4 minutes off. Kinesis. That felt good. And still room for improvement. Alright. We're gonna need to do some quick honey farming. Because we're out of honey. Can't just jump straight back into Elatrian farming though. Man, that was fun. That was very fun. For longsword, I might just drop the longsword into this set, honestly. It's kind of hard to beat this set, honest. Like, it's really kind of hard to beat this set. Yeah, I don't think you can really beat that. So I'll probably use this. But first, we're going to do some quick gathering. Shoot. Y'all just see what I did there, right? But what I can do is I can quit without saving and my sets will still be there. There we go. Whoops. 512 hours now on this file. At least the best all-around set isn't crossover armor. Yeah. This set feels real strong in this game. But you're right, it doesn't feel like Draken. There we go. Okay. It's far easier solo than Star Knight and 4 Ultimate. What is the quest for Star Knight? I can't remember. I haven't done it. That was fun. I'm glad we were able to do that tonight. What's the quest for Star Knight? Zinogre and Regios in the arena at the same time? I mean, that sounds tough. That sounds tougher than just killing any Silver Rathalos that you want at your leisure. I think he was referring to not Elatrian Marths, but Silver Rathalos in this game. Oh, Draken. No. He was talking about versus Silver Rathalos, I think. Okay. We're gonna go on one Charm Farm and one Honey Run, and then we'll go ahead and we'll get into learning Elatrian with Longsword. This is fun. Still need to fight Behemoth one day. We will. Next time I do my world playthrough, we will. Oh, does Behemoth Clagger now? I believe so. I believe so. I thought you were about to ask if I'd never done one. I didn't realize you knew I did. Or, I didn't realize you knew I had not. Race has so many Monster Hunter games to play? Yeah. I like taking my time.
Hi.
Like, I think the more I spend time, like, just playing the games, just playing them, like we were doing here with Portable Third, where we just collected lots of things, even if they weren't necessary, collected lots of weapons and armors and stuff. I enjoy this way more and more than just playing through only interested in like the little bits of things I think I'm interested in. It's much more fun trying everything. Hello, Keratin. Welcome. Thanks for being here. We just beat Elatrian with Hammer again, and we're going to try it with Longsword next, but first, I need some honey. So we're going to go ahead and do some charm, well, a charm run and then a honey run, and then we'll go back to fighting Elatrian. Yes, that's true. Crystal is correct. The Sakura method with the cold delivery quest or just regular gathering quests in GU are not the most efficient method for charms. People farm that Brachydios quest all day long. Yep. People will bully that poor Brachydios, they'll just trap it. Like, people are essentially running Hame runs on that Brachydios for charms. From what I've seen. I'm sure not every room is like that, but I've seen videos. That poor Brachydios. This volcano is so calm and nice. I have a renewed appreciation for 3rd gen, having played this game this summer, or this late spring and this summer. 3rd gen is very refreshing. Yeah, you can keep the Mega Pickaxe. We'll be okay, I think. Hopefully we'll be okay without that Mega Pickaxe. Yeah, next up, Elatrian with Longsword. I did watch a speedrun of Elatrian with... Well, I don't even know if it was a speedrun. It was just a clear of Elatrian with Longsword earlier today to kind of get an idea of what people do for it. It looked not too crazy. So we'll see how we do. Cut his tail, we will. Yep, we need more tails for the lance. The thing I really need to do above all is break its freaking wings. Like, if I can trip the thing over and then have a full spirit gauge to just go ham on the wings with Longsword, that will probably be the best thing I can do. I haven't broken its wings yet. I've broken every other piece. I've not broken those wings, and we need the webbings. But in order to fight an Elatrian, you need honey, and you need items made from honey. Hello, Uragon. Goodbye, Uragon. Like 4 Ultimate was Super Rajang Hunter Ultimate. Generations Ultimate is Super Brachidio's Hunter Ultimate. Alright, let's see what we get. Shoot, I forgot to discard the, Okay, you still can. That's good to know. Discard the Mystery Charms. Breaking those wings without a ranged weapon is tough. I tried really hard with Sword and Shield to break them, and I couldn't. It's not really Rajang Hunter. Well, people seem to remember that Rajang a lot. It's for BS Relic equipment. I've heard that. Some say there are still folks grinding 140 Rajang to this day, hoping to get their relic of their dreams. Yeah, I don't know if I have a status 6, so we'll take that. Okay, run by the farm, do a honey run, then we should have a decent amount of honey. The wings take low damage, their hit zone is the weakest, 21. Isn't the wings also decent for shot type? Or is it just you can hit them a lot easier? 25 when enraged. Yeah, that's not a lot. It's not a lot. Finally done and save file transferred. Congratulations, Tarthur. I need to do that. I need to set up a English patch double cross on the 3DS. I hope you have lots of fun. Lots and lots of fun with it. So, can you transfer your save from vanilla Generations over to double cross? If so, that's really rad. I didn't know you could do that. Wow, it's even worse. Dang. Those wings are tough. Alright, let's do one honey run. We'll call it good. Yes, but you need an MHGen to MHX save transfer homebrew app. Okay, nice. Cool. That's really cool. They're talking about transferring not from Gen to double cross on the Switch, but from Gen to double cross on the 3DS, Crystal. That's neat. Thank you, Nikochi. Thank you. And thank you, Tarthur. Cowboy can bust the wings right quick. I'm sure it can. 3 Ultimate. I'm looking forward to playing 3 Ultimate someday. We will probably not use a whole ton of slime, just a little bit. The requisite garnish of slime.
Hi.
Alright. Be right back. Just gotta get some honey. Then it's a Latrium with Longsword for the first time. Cozy desert island at night. Look how pretty that sky is. So nice. Slime garnish sounds terrible. Yeah. MH4U or MHGen, is it worth getting a 3DS only for that game? You can actually play 3 different games that are Monster Hunter games on the 3DS, or actually 4. You can play Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, which is the G-Rank version of 3rd gen games, which means kind of parts of this game. Oops, I walked past a honey. But with extra content and underwater swimming. You can play through 4 Ultimate, which is a very good, very long G-Rank game, and then you can play Generations. I think the 3DS is an excellent console for Monster Hunter. You can get a brand new 2DS XL for $100 right now with a game, which is an incredible deal. You can find used 3DS for cheaper than that, but a new 2DS XL for $99 is really, really good. So you can play 2 full generations worth of Monster Hunter on a 3DS, which is many hundreds of hours of gameplay. So I mean, I play the Monster Hunter games a ton, so for me that's totally worth it. I've bought too many consoles at this point just for Monster Hunter. But if you're interested in playing through those different generations of the game and kind of seeing, oh, 3rd gen there was swimming, and there were some monsters that don't return after the swimming, and oh, 4 Ultimate there's some really cool story and like some cool mechanics like guild quests and Apex and stuff like that, and then Generations is also neat. The Switch is newer, but more expensive, and there might be another Monster Hunter game for it, but we don't know for sure. I would say, like, even if it was more expensive, I'd say it would be pretty worth it, especially because you can get a used 3DS so cheap, or you can get a brand new 2DS XL for, like, $100. That's a bargain for a console that you can play so much Monster Hunter on. Yeah, it's a good homebrew machine. It's just a good console. I like the 3DS a lot. I think I recently said it was my favorite handheld. Or I would choose it if I had to choose one. I think my favorite handheld hardware is the PlayStation Vita, but my favorite handheld in general would probably still be a 3DS. I've bought way too many copies of GU Game God Hunter. I've bought it for other people, I've bought it for myself, I've bought it for myself in different languages, on different devices. It's digital and physical, it's stupid. Hello Shark X, welcome back. Hope you're doing well tonight. We're just gathering some honey. I think I did the math, and I think I've bought something like 8 or 9 copies of GU at this point. Or Generations and Generations Ultimate. Let's see. I bought one on my 3DS. I bought one for my girlfriend. I bought one for my friend Ethan. I bought one when it was in Japanese in the Switch. I bought one when it was English on the Switch. I have since bought both the Japanese and English physical releases of Generations, and then I bought Double Cross on the 3DS in Japanese as well. I have no defense for that. Well, I'm glad you found the series somehow, Marths. It's good. Rish shops a lot on Impulse. Well, I also care about collecting all the different ways to play Monster Hunter. Those weren't Impulse buys. No, none of those were what I would call an Impulse buy. I had to think about it just now, which is fair, but none of those were Impulse buys. Yeah, Monster Hunter World is a really good game to get into the series with. Now, the Japanese version of Poka Poka Iru Village DX for the 3DS, that was probably an impulse purchase, but I have it now. Sometime we'll do a Japanese Poka Poka Iru Village DX stream. It'll be fun. I bought a Switch for Zelda and for the hope of a Monster Hunter game because I figured there would be one, and there was. Hopefully there'll be another. Only game you own? That's how you know. That's kind of how this Vita is. If we look at this Vita. There's some other Tetris games on here, but it's mostly just Monster Hunter. DDR, let's go. No, we're not switching games. We're doing Elatrian. How does DDR work? You just use the D-pad and the buttons like you would two different DDR pads. So you can hit two different directions at once. You can hit like left on the D-pad and the circle button at the same time. Alright, we have to get our items in order.
Hi.
I imagine this will take a little bit of getting used to. Okay. See how this goes. I watched a run of this earlier today with Longsword, but I don't know. It's hard for me to really internalize things I should be doing with a run until I've actually tried it out and go, oh, okay, I tried slashing at it in this way, but then this person slashes at it this way. I can remember some vague things, but I can't really remember what this person did. So we'll see how this goes. They did use a lot of fade slashes, I remember that much. Okay, I remember they used fade slashes to exploit the turn. Thanks, game. Love you too. Whoops, I didn't really mean to fade slash into the tail there. Bad. Okay, can't stand too close to his head like that though. There it is. Too early there. Cool. I should have done that a little sooner. Don't want to stand in front of it like that. Okay, that was not correct. Oh, it's stuck. Well, we're going to use this opportunity to heal. How so, Ken? Oh, I forgot my Yukumo eggs. Feels bad, man. What's up, Marks? Missed. Have you ever considered doing a Pokemon Showdown? What is Pokemon Showdown? Hello, Derp. Welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. No, Marth, sorry. I've never been into that side of Pokemon. Bad time to sheath. Bad direction to sheath. I think I've watched some YouTube videos of that before in the past. Yeah, I've never really been into that side of Pokemon. I've never been much good besides just progressing through the game. I'm tired. Well, welcome. I hope it's relaxing to be here. Yeah, welcome, Derp. And welcome, Invader Pork, too. Was worth asking. Yeah, sorry. I would think about doing a Pokemon playthrough someday, maybe. I don't know. Every time I've tried Pokemon recently, Marts, I haven't really enjoyed myself, so I wouldn't want to do that on stream. Next custom cut stream? We don't have one set in the dates yet. We don't have one set. It'll be fun though. Forwards roll. Nope, I'm gonna get wrecked there. Any hints? We just don't. It's not like I have a date and I'm hiding it. We just haven't set one yet. We haven't made one yet. You'll miss playing those custom quests? Why so? Like, why would we not continue? Or why would you miss them? This matchup is not going super well so far. Understandable, seeing as we just started. Oh, you retired, your DS is kind of unplayable now? I gotcha. Well, thanks for having one of your last appearances be with us in that custom quest. It was fun to play with you. Missed. Ugh. That felt real bad. Almost. People like your custom quest, Mars says they should. Too early. Oops. Ah, I was supposed to be a Fate Slash. Not that Fate Slash would have really done us that much good there, I don't think. First Spirit Cage get, and that's how that ended. That sucks. Well, tried. We got White Gauge, that's something. We're slowly feeling out the matchup. I'm getting used to kind of what kinds of attacks I can throw out while it's turning around and how to use Fade Slash to position safely around some of the stuff, some of its options. I'm just not sure how to get off spirit levels yet. Once we do, then we're in In for some serious damage, I think. Here we go. Back in the air. Wanna come fight? Not getting tricked by that this time. Oh, that time it didn't get pushed by the ice. Sometimes when it does that move, it gets pushed by the ice. So it'll kind of change where it is coming at you. Got yellow gauge. Feels good, man. Wrong side for the wings. There we go. So we didn't have to back up that much. Just scary not to. Too early on the Fade Slash. Gonna get hit by that lava. As you do. Got too close and didn't wait long enough. Should've seen that coming. That's alright. We're doing okay. Woo. Spooky. Get caught on the side of lava there. This longsword feels like a good pick for the job. Already going back up in the air. That's okay. I don't mind fighting it in the air, I don't think. I hit the tail pretty well. I hit the legs pretty well. Nice, okay. Shoot, missed both. There we go. Always gotta go for the left. Always gotta go to the left. That feels pretty bad. How's the Latching beating session going? Pretty okay. We're trying out, this is our first attempt with longsword, and it's going okay so far. I think this is a slightly more intuitive matchup than the hammer was. Oh. That being said, we're still learning. Missed head. I don't think I needed to do that. I was a little scared. How about you, D-Mate Rajang? How's your evening going? Almost got the way of that. Not quite, though. Let's see if we can use Yukomo. Nope, never mind. I forgot Yukomo eggs. My bad. How are we doing on potions? Getting down. Just a regular evening for you? Okay, well, it's nice. We're too close right now. No, actually worked out. Woo! I could have stayed put, I think. That was a little bit too funky, that positioning there. Boom. It's okay if it takes us a couple tries here. Apologies for any mic noise that's coming in right now. I'm just adjusting where that microphone's at. There we go. Okay. There. At least razor sharp makes it so we don't really have to worry about sharpening much. Whoops. It's amazing how much it turns, like, just a kind of okay amount of sharpness into a really long bar of whatever color you've got at the top of the weapon. Lots to learn. Yep, double sharpness is doubly the sharpness. Makes sense. Nope, too far away. Yeah, I just wanted to hit the foot. That's all I wanted to hit here. Gotta get a little closer if I want that Fade Slash to hit. Oops, and that move has an attack to it, which is something I forgot. Good night, Crystal. Thanks for being here. Get some good rest. I'll see ya. Oop, this was safe. This was unsafe. We'll be okay. Double horn break, so that's something. Should have Fade Slash instead of just rolling, I think. And we should heal right now. Staying that close, you can get dodged by the Dragon Punch. Yeah, that's it. Well, we'll try that again. We were getting the hang of it slowly. I don't know. I have not found consistent ways to up spirit gauge levels, aside just, hey, you got a flinch, and it worked. I think our goal should be to try and keep, like, we should be trying to hit it more often as it's turning and things, so that we can actually keep our spirit gauge itself full. And then once we do that, we should be working in more just kind of 1 or 2 spirit attacks, spirit combo attacks into our general punish game so that if it does flinch, then we can follow up with the rest of the combo. I think that is my plan. Oop, I owe you guys more beans. I owe you guys 50 more beans. All right, Ken, no worries. Be well. Thank you for being here, and I hope your day tomorrow is good. I hope work's going okay. Not forgetting the Yokomo eggs this time. Is the priority to break the wings? It's a priority to learn the matchup first, and then once I kind of understand the matchup, then I'll figure out how to best break the wings. I don't think me just going, okay, how can I hit the wings is going to lead to us finishing the fight. Once we've done this fight once or twice, then we'll go, okay, now that I know how I need to be standing and waiting, how can I hit the wings more often? I've already seen a couple places where you can hit the wings. You can hit the wings when it's in the air. You can hit the wings when it does that jump back into dive forwards attack. When it dives forward, you can hit the wings pretty easily there, which is nice. Other weapons can't do that as easily. That's a lot of flash bugs. All right. Can snipe the wings when he lands ends the charge attack early. Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit more consistent about being able to predict when he will end those charge attacks early. I feel like I want to go for the head mainly when we do that. I wonder if there's any particular time where fade slashing to the side will hit the wings. Like if you're attacking its head, I wonder if there's any time where if you fade slash out, you'll hit the wings. Probably not super consistently.
Hi.
All right, attempt number 2 with longsword. That went pretty well. That felt a lot better than our first attempt or 2 with hammer. Probably have enough time here to get a drink. Water is good for you. Its roar is so sudden. I'm looking out for the lava this time. Okay, didn't matter. Yeah. That's the scary part about using the Fade Slash to try and punish the head turn is like if he does that tail attack, which he really rarely does, you can get smacked by the tail. Nope, missed that. Still feels a little bit all over the place. But now that the spirit gauge is full, we need to start sprinkling those spirit attacks into the turn punishes, or the charge punishes here. Like that. Alright, now he's in the air. That's okay. He's gonna taunt, but he's in the air, so we can't really get to him super easily there. Just one. Ice attack time. Alright, bye-bye. if that's how it's gonna be. Yeah, I like this. I like this fight with longswords so far. Whoop. Almost walked right into that ice. I don't like that attack. I don't like that attack at all. That attack's really tough. Oops. Well, that was a fast death. That's okay. We'll keep trying stuff out. Till we get it. If need be, we can watch some other people do it too. We're doing okay some of the time. I feel like I don't have a grasp of how strict the positioning is on getting hits as it charges or as it turns, and then also getting out of the way. I don't really have a sense for where I can and can't be yet. Hello. That's really unfair, that being under the ground like that. You can kind of see where they're at, but not really. A third time. Stop with that move, please. Jeez. I mean, I guess we're hitting its head. Shouldn't complain about that. The ice almost killed us again because I wasn't being careful enough about it. The ice can sometimes push that thunder attack, and it did there. Let's just slow down. We got plenty of time to last this fight out. Plenty of time, especially with him wasting time in the air. Now with that is an opening for us. Again, the ice almost got us. I would almost say it does that on purpose. If I didn't know better. Whoop, missed the leaf, missed the wings. And again, missed the wings. He just didn't stop. You think you know when he's gonna stop, but maybe not. Too bad. It does sound kind of like very dire, doesn't it? Shark Axe, I agree. It does sound like the world's ending. I thought that time he was going to barrel us down, and he didn't. I guess when you're that close to him, you shouldn't worry about turning, you should worry about backing up. Nice. What? That was lame. It got stuck, but only for a second. You cheat, Elatrian. Tail is so slippery. Hello, Talik. What's up? What's up? Weird. How's the Elatrian hunts? Going okay. So far we've cleared the fight with Sword and Shield and Hammer. Sword and Shield we were able to do in a few attempts. Hammer took us a few attempts more. Hammer was pretty tough last night. This is our second try with Longsword. I don't know how I feel about Longsword yet. Ugh. Nope, that wasn't it. That wasn't it at all. Was just playing Dragon Ball FighterZ and had fun. Good. Happy to hear it. Then mobile typos, all good, dude. That game, I've only seen footage of it. Looks really cool. Okay, spirit gauge finally full. Should have Fade Slash instead of rolled. It took us a lot of practice last night. Like, when we first started, I thought I really hated that matchup, and it took us watching somebody else do it really well. And then probably another 3 or 4 hours of practice before we actually got it clear with the setups I was going for. He's just big. He's tough in a lot of ways. It's cool. Like, very, very punishing. I really enjoy the fight. Big ice attack coming. Missed his head. Too bad. needed to Fade Slash a little earlier, I think, if I wanted to get out of range of the slap. And I was too close. Anytime you're too close to him like that, he can get you with the slap. Like right now. Listen to your own advice. Oh gosh, he turned so much and I didn't. Superman. It does sound like a cicada, doesn't it? I agree. Need to do a Fade Slash instead of that last triangle. We're dead. Well, we're not dead, but we're in rough shape. Oh, we're also in green sharpness now. That's not good. We are in pretty poor shape. If I still have a Farcaster, I should use it right now. I do have a Farcaster. We're going to go ahead and use it right now. Goodbye, Elatrian. What are my thoughts on Elatrian's hunt in comparison to the rest of the game's hunts? I mean, it's really hard for me to say, Marth, because I haven't fought any other Black Dragons, and I've fought very few final bosses. I think that he's tougher than something like Shara Ishbalda, but Shara's not that bad in terms of comparison. Like, I think that Shara has some attacks that are as punishing or are as threatening, just not as many of them, and is not as rapid fire. If that makes sense. I just haven't fought that many endgame bosses in Monster Hunter, so I can't really say. I like it though. I think it feels like a really fast-paced, tough hunt. Not just as a final boss, though? I mean, there are fights that, like, I mean, Sandbarath is as fast as him, but doesn't have moves that are as damaging or as threatening as he does. I think he feels more fair and more fun than the other elders based on the skeleton. I wouldn't be able to, like, write a novel on it or anything. Yeah, I don't really have a general sense of how best to punish him with Longsword. I need to watch that run from Silver Rathalos again. Poke was a mistake. I didn't really mean to do it. We'll be okay. We'll figure it out. It's just taking me a little bit of time. I may watch that Silver Rathalos run to try and emulate it. Ooh, wow, that's not fair, yo. The ice attack and he did an instant turnaround into a thunder attack. That's spooky. Okay, bud. This is such awful position. But we're okay. I'm not really sure what happened there. That was supposed to be a side fade slash, not that it particularly matters. I don't think a side fade slash would have got this on either. Cool. Got out of range of the Dragon Punch. just out of range. Last time I was hitting the wings during that attack. I'm not even sure how I did it at this point. Maybe I was further forward and I hit the wings? I don't even know. I think so far with both longsword and with sword and shield, I prefer it while it's in the air to the ground. Whoops. Well, surviving okay. That much is nice. I think I've just gotten better at surviving with the latch rate in the area in general. Finally, we're here by the wings. Nice. We're waiting on that for a long time. Too close, too close. Nope, too close. That's so tough, because with longsword it's really hard for you to get out of range of that dragon punch quickly enough to not get hit by it. Hello, Bina Bina Ho. Welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. We're trying to learn a latch rate with longsword. It's tough. I think what I should try and go for is like halfway down the tail, if that makes sense. So we can still be hitting something on him, but not be too close to the head. I don't know. I guess that angle right there worked too. Like attacking here, poke, swipe. Yep, okay. That angle definitely works. That works consistently. That's nice. We were too close that time. So close. You just gotta angle it so that you can always fade slash to a safe area. Kind of depends on the move, I think. So we're gonna learn those, I guess. Where we need to stand to be safe with fade slashes. The lava there had me scared. Hi Zelda fan, how's it going? You alright? Okay. What's up with Ow. Whew. I made you do actually mildly productive things during your last stream. Good. How'd it go the rest of the night? Alright, that was our last potion. Cool. Farmed up some Rathalos. Nice. Oop, just out of range. That feels bad. Get anxious whenever you're running low on healing items. I'm sorry if it's nerve-wracking. I cannot seem to hit that tail. That tail is so slick. So slippery. That's so obnoxious. It's like, dude, the tail is occupying the space directly in front of our hunter. We should be able to hit it. Well, good. That's awesome. I know it feels good to kind of get used to a tough fight like that. So nice job, Zelda fan. Hope we're going to get killed for that. Wow. We're not dead, somehow. That sucks. It so rarely throws out that move. Alright, well, we have one more cart left, and we have no potions. So we'll see how this goes. At least we get to sharpen now. Hadn't found consistent places to sharpen this weapon yet. Right. I don't think I've done enough damage to cut its tail, but I would love to cut its tail off. Never think you've seen me use an ancient potion. I haven't made many of them in this game. I like using max potions better. Oh, don't get too close. Oh, I knew. I still got hit. Oh no, that sucks. It comboed us. Are we dead? That was brutal. Make one mistake, man. Make one mistake and that's it. Well, we'll try it again. I think we're getting someplace. I'm starting to notice places where I can safely combo after some of its moves, I think. I don't feel like I'm flailing as much. Ugh. That last life felt real rough. Giving us beans whenever you die? Yep, that's how that works. When I cart, you guys get beans. You also sometimes get beans when I have a very triumphant victory at the end of a hard-fought fight. But for the most part, it's when I cart, y'all get beans. The beans can be used for sound effects. They can be used for weapon raffles sometimes, and hoarding like a dragon. Your choice. My soul's gone. I hope you're doing well. It's funny, at this point it feels kind of like cheating to go and watch the person's run. I think at some point I'll probably go and watch and get the idea, but I want to get a clear first. Or come closer to a clear. I'm not feeling as stumped as we were with Hammer. With Hammer, I was feeling pretty defeated, so I wanted to make sure I wanted to make sure I went and figured it out so we could keep going. Here, I don't feel defeated. I feel like I'm still puzzling it. So I kind of want to wait until we either get a clear or until I feel kind of stumped. I'm gonna use those sound effects more often. They're fun. There are a lot of really funny ones. Okay. Got a bunch of supplies in order. Let's give that another shot.
What? No! I jinxed it!
But why the buttocks? Damn. But why the buttocks? Damn. we had the same idea. Zelda fan. I don't want Re to be something, sorry. Not into Re. Not proud of Re.
complete.
Come on out of the lava, please. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what to do for that. Seems like if you're hanging out by the tail too much, it does that pretty consistently. Scary, because I want to be hanging out by the tail. Never had any issues with that attack before, because I've never been hanging out by the tail that much. Okay. So that didn't work for whatever reason. That angle didn't work for us. Missed. Alright, now we have full spirit gauge. So you're fighting Latrine? Yes, player. Yes, indeed. Have a good time fighting that boss. So far we fought it with sword and shield and with hammer. We're trying to learn it with longsword. I haven't finished it yet with longsword. It's a pretty fun fight though. I think it's one of my favorites I've fought so far. Like it's up there for me. Yeah, missed. Oh, jeez. It's not where you want to be for that move. Too close for that. I should have just backed up. No, wait, no. Okay, surprisingly. How is Longsword against the Latrian? I'm still having a hard time with it, Game God, but it seems like it's a good matchup. I watched a run of it earlier today. A run of it that made things look very clean and simple and easy. Well, I appreciate that Deviant Regening. Greatsword seems like it would be a fun matchup. Nope, getting the spacing off on that. Check out Picardo and double cross. Go ahead. Enjoy. Nice, 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 nice. Not so nice. Do it, Game God. Maybe should have gone out to the right. I don't know what I should have done to avoid that. Whoops. Greatsword against Latrian is good. Maybe we'll try it out sometime. Too early on that. Up into the air it goes. It's going for its ice attack. It knows we have Spirit Gauge. It's like, I don't want any of that Spirit Gauge stuff. Okay, it's going over to that side. That's fine. I like this fight. It's cool. This feels like such a nice break. Just getting to walk around. Nope, I screwed that up. Gotta be a little more patient with that. Hammer, we had to kind of start a little bit earlier there to punish that. Nope, that's an energy drink. Whoops. That move is so difficult. Oh, the ice got us. That's so... Whew. That's so dumb. That if he puts down the ice first, the ice will push him into you. Mauled. Also, I can't believe we got that Farcaster off safely. Yeah, it almost seems like sometimes it does it like a true combo. Like, hey, I'm going to put down this ice first, and then I'm going to use this electric attack that pushes me over closer to you. It's like, dude, not cool. Alright, back in we go. Come back! Okay. I'll take it. Thanks. Couldn't quite get through it. Nope, yep, it's too close there. That sucks. We're doing okay so far, though. Even despite that. Nope, too far away. It backs up a good deal when it does that sort of flinch. I need to remind myself of that more. That when it does that little whine, it backs up quite a bit. Let's get out from the lava, please. Please. Thank you. Nice, he missed me. I missed him. I should have expected that move because I was so close to him. Oh, we missed. Nice. Cool. Whoa. That was really close. That was really close. Oh, hey Ethan May. Welcome. Sorry I missed your message. I was focusing for a second. Hope you're doing well tonight. Good, sir. I should likely heal. Let's heal with one of those things. I saw you were streaming a little earlier today. Ethan, how was your stream? I can't not go in for this damage. Well, let's be careful. Or let's just miss all the damage, that too. That's always fun. 3%? I guess I have not done the math before. I don't know what that... I don't know how that is. I'm glad the stream was great. Okay, we need to heal. And have a cool drink. And have... There's a lot wrong. Start with Nullberry. Now let's get a hot drink or a cool drink off. Oh, jeez. Okay, we're good. I guess I don't know if that's a good percentage or a bad percentage. I'm just grateful for what I've got, I guess. That's an interesting stat, I guess. It makes sense. I think where that math falls down is that some people account for more of those views than others, if that makes sense. Gonna get smacked. Yep. I knew that wasn't safe. Yeah, I guess I don't know what to think about those numbers. Like I said, I'm just thankful for whatever I've got. Okay. That makes sense, Ethan. That's neat. Stupid lava. Sorry for the novel, you're all good. That's an interesting thought at 2 a.m. to have. This is actually, I don't know, this feels like a pretty tough fight to me with Longsword. Okay, thank gosh. There goes the tail. Well, that ruined our down, but I'm glad we got the tail cut finally. That's feeling pretty tough with that new weapon. That's true. Don't mind if I do. Thank you, Atri. Just went right over us. Another gem. How nice. We're getting those gems to drop like candy. 55 hours deep into GU and never cut a tail. Don't worry about it. It's okay. What one do you think you'd like to dabble in, if you had to pick one? One of the bladed weapons. Cutting a tail does feel pretty good. I'm so used to Sword and Shield's like momentum carrying it forward through that move. Every other weapon I've gotten a little bit too unsafe with. Longsword, Greatsword, Dual Blade, Sword and Shield. There's a couple others, but that's okay. Those are the main ones that have sword in their name. Would Lance be blades? Yes, Lance is considered cutting. And by extension, Gun Lance too. Even though it's got gun in the name. Alright, let's keep going, Electric. Oh, I hate that so much. Hey, Edgy Camps. The night's going pretty well. We did some training in the training school, the arena, and now we're doing Elatrium with Longsword. Lance and Gun Lance, also Charge Blade and Insect Blade. But you probably haven't seen those as much on my stream because those are only in some of the newer games. It cuts by shooting the tail off, sure. But yeah, welcome Edgy Camps, thanks for being here. That is, I think, only true through 4th gen. That's dropped in World Marks. Pretty sure. I'm not going in there, you can't make me. Oh yeah, the switch axe too. I need to pay attention to the fight going on. Should have just backed up there as opposed to going out to the side. Whew. Woo, that's scary. We're doing okay. I think we may clear this time as long as I can hold it together. That's not holding it together. It's okay. Just have to take some time out of its air cycle to go ahead and heal here. That is the one consistent opening I know 100% for sure I can land a spirit combo on. Is after these 3, I know that I have enough time to do that. A little closer would have been better. Always got to run the other way from that. Dual blades? Cool. That would be like also kind of the polar opposite of hammer playstyle. Very reactive as opposed to very predictive. Did I get through to its wings? I did. Oh. Greatsword would be a really easy transition from hammer. Very similar tactics to them. Very similar tactics between the two. Doing okay. You have to train them to being instinctual is the thing. It often takes a little bit of practice between, like, from monster to know when you're going to need to dodge out with dual blades. Yep, you got the idea, Ethan, yeah. Yeah, there we go. I think we just got the horn break too. Or no, actually, I think we only got one. Yep, only got one of the horns, it looks like. Glad we finished it. I'm gonna watch a run from someone who's better than me with longsword, and I want to see what I could have done differently. I'm glad we got the tail. We either needed to break the wings or the tail. And I'm glad we got the tail there. Did I carve the tail? Yep, we got one tail and we got one gem from the tail as well. Hello, Kuja Tribal. Welcome. Is that a Pookie Pookie? That is a Pookie Pookie. That's a great emote. It's just a picture of a Pookie. I dig it. Thanks, Ethan. Alright, that was my first time clearing it with longsword. Got a little better at it. Scoot, plate, talon, tail, 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 tail. What on earth? Why were there so many tails? I mean, that's great. Coral. I like the coral one too. You are Spartacus. Neat. How many tails? That Elatrian had like 6 tails. Oops. Helps if you spell.
Neat.
All right. I think Lance needed the tails. We might be able to make the Lance. Lots of hit points. Lots of hit points, Marks. Oh, we could also make the longsword. I think as a reward for clearing it with longsword, we should make the longsword. You want to practice something new like dual blades, would you recommend just throwing on your low rank armor and jumping into some old quests? Yeah, particularly monsters that you're familiar with. If you look on Kuraniko and you look up the monster's name, it will tell you, there's a chart that shows like impact damage, and it shows what parts of the monster are weak to impact damage, and it will also show cutting type damage, and it'll show what parts of the monster are weak to cutting type damage. Sometimes it's the same, and sometimes it's not, so it's worth checking. All right, Dark Claw. We need 3 webbing to finish Dark Claw Demise. Bummer. I really wanted to finish that. Holy crap, look at that white sharpness. It's ridiculous. All right, maybe we will make the lance after all. Oh, we need 2 more tails. If I hadn't made the friggin' longsword, I would be able to finish it. Oh well, that's okay. Soon. Good thing we have loads of those gems. What's that monster that's basically a grizzly bear? You go wail on him for a bit with some dual blades. That's Arzuros. Also, hang on. I have another thing that'll be helpful to you. Usually before I even go in to a hunt with a new weapon, I like watching a tutorial for it on YouTube. Just to have someone else explain to me sort of the basic premise and what buttons do what. And I have a really good one. Yep, that's who I'm linking him to. There you go. Ethan, check out that video. That video is by a person who's very knowledgeable and is good at explaining things, and they will teach you about... Nope, no spoilers? Dude, learning the controls is not a spoiler. I would recommend watching it, but you don't have to. If you just want to go in and try and figure it out, you're welcome to. After a few hunts, give a video like that a watch, just so you have explained to you all the different concepts of the weapon, so you know how to use all the different aspects. It takes a minute to get used to them. Okay, we did it. I don't know what I want to do next. I'm bummed I still haven't managed to break those wings. Those wings are hard. Yeah, the arena is also good. I think Mertz wanted to see bow on a Latrin, or not a Latrin, but a Matsu. And I haven't done a Matsu yet with bow. I haven't done a Matsu with anything. No, I did light bowgun on a Matsu. Let's give a ranged weapon a try. I think we'll do a ranged weapon on a Latrin tomorrow. Tonight, I think we're going to go ahead and do an Amatsu, because Marth's wanted to see it. Gotcha, Ethan, no worries. What's your wall that you're up against right now? Walls are like nothing to be ashamed of kind of thing in Monster Hunter. They're kind of a beloved thing in Monster Hunter. You'll look back fondly when you conquer that wall. Alright. Cheers, Ethan. Thanks for stopping by and chatting for a little while. Let's see, for a Matsu, we'll want a Farcaster. What else do we want? Steak. Maybe energy drinks. Not cleansers, but null berries and mite seeds. Whetstones. Bombs. I'll bring paintballs. What the heck, we'll bring some Yukomo eggs. Looking forward to seeing Eukardium because of the Water Ridge attack. We'll see, Oh, you need to unlock a quest but can't find it? Oh, okay, I got you. I actually don't need whetstones, because bow. Let's take a look here. What do we want to use on a Matsu? So we could do raw bow. We have a pretty good raw bow setup that is pierce, I think. Maybe it's not. What have we got right now? Okay. We have the Selene Moonbroken, which is a spread fire bow. Yeah, it's a really good spread bow. Marth wanted to see pierce, though. This is a really good dragon pierce bow, or dragon spread bow. We have good ice, thunder, water, thunder. Let's take a look to see if we can make anything different. Evil Knight Tempest, we can make the Amatsu bow. The Akantor Wrathmaker is another dragon bow that has... Oh, it needs load up, so we would need the Barrage Earring for that. The Brazen Cord is the Urgon bow, and it has Rapid. This Arco has Pierce. The Arco Dew. We just need to get some monster broth for it. I mean, you said you wanted to see Pierce Bow, yeah? Means we're gonna have to go and kill some Keizu whelps. Weakest a dragon, then fire. I don't think there is a Pierce Dragon Bow, unfortunately. Kinda just want to see Amatsu from a distance? Okay, well then in that case... I mean, I think you can make spread work, to be honest. Although, no, you said from a distance. Alright, we have... Rapid's gonna be strongest. We have Weakness Exploit, Focus, and Pierce. Attack up large, Weakness Exploit, Normal up, Focus. Focus, Palette Spread. Low Slight Bowgun Fire attack set is technically Pierce. Not really. It wouldn't fire it very well. Fire doesn't pierce in this game. The only elemental shot that pierces is dragon. Do I have a good pierce bow? Like at all? The Zenogre bow is pierce, but I don't think it's really weak to thunder at all. Yeah, I don't really have a good pierce bow right now, at all. That seems like a problem, doesn't it? I want to look at the bow tree for a second. First, I'm going to look at Dragon. Yeah, the only two Dragon bows in the game are the Akantor one and the Dragon one. The Akantor one has high raw, and Pierce level 3 for its second charge level, but it needs load up to reach rapid level 4 on its third charge level. Welcome to Cold Sweat. How goes the hunts? We finished Elatrian with Longsword just now. So we crafted the base level of the Elatrian Lance and Longsword. We need some more materials to upgrade them. Okay, as far as fire goes, you have the Uragan, which is rapid. You have the Gold Rathian, which is spread. Aha! What is this? Okay, so that bug bow is the only one that's going to have pierce and fire. We should do that. Yeah, we should do that. Let's make that bow. How was it with longsword? Tricky. It wasn't so much about landing sick combos like it was with hammer as it was just slowly getting better at landing 1 to 3 hits after almost everything Elatrian did. I was only able to find one opening for consistently getting off a spirit combo. Which was when it was in the air. There are some guaranteed taunts, and I was able to get decent openings there. Right now we're prepping to do a Matsu with bow. We're going to do a Pierce Fire bow. Actually, I don't really want the cats for this. We need 4 monster broth. I think after doing it and finishing it with longsword and kind of getting to the point where I felt like I could survive long enough with longsword and I figured out some combos with longsword, I want to watch Silver Rathalos' run again. I did this morning. I want to watch it again, and I think I'll be able to pick out some things that I could implement myself. Alright, do we have Super Carver anywhere? Carver low. Ultra Lucky Cat. That's good. So it wasn't too bad. Matsu head hit zone for shot is 65, 75 when enraged, and has a 25 fire hit zone. Well, we're going to be piercing it, so it's going to be going down the body. How's the rest of the body? I haven't checked. Hello, Hasty Bananas.
Hi.
Welcome to you. I hope you're doing well today. Thanks for coming by. Neck is 15 for both shot and fire. How about the rest of its body, though? We're going to be piercing down the whole body, mainly. Like, picture head to chest to tail, basically. Or tail to chest, alternatively, if we were shooting it from behind. Alright, 4 monster broth. We'll see how long that takes. Have you done that run you were prepping for? The Freeman Night one? No, we have not. Nope. I kind of ran into a wall with Tigrex, and so I've been practicing Tigrex off stream in the Discord. You can do your screen... There's that screen sharing thing on Discord, and so I've just been practicing some Tigrex. This is my new preferred way of getting monster broth. Reason being that you always get to carve these. You don't have to mess around with poison shot or poison smoke bombs. You can eat for carver and sit here and sometimes get double procs on the carve. I think I got like 5 monster broths in maybe 15 minutes last time I did this. Good luck. Thank you. So far with the Tigrex quest, it's gone from we couldn't even finish the quest at first, like I was just struggling to complete it, to now we can pretty consistently complete it, but it's not particularly fast or clean. So we'll keep practicing. Keep practicing until I feel like I'm good with that fight, and then we'll continue on with routing the run. Taking it slow, it's really easy for me to want to try and split up and start all of a sudden playing 2 games at once, and usually that doesn't do good things for my play, so I think it makes it harder to try and focus on each game individually. So I'm still trying to focus on Portable Third here most of the time. We've been fighting Elatrion a lot this week. I suppose I can turn on some music if we're just going to be sitting here. Everyone knows killing Giggies is a lot more fun with funky music in the back. Back is 15 for shot and fire. Wings is 35 for shot and 20 for fire. Stomach is 30 shot, 20 fire. Legs are 10 shot and 15 fire. Tail is 15 shot, 20 fire. Okay. So for the most part, you want to be going for the chest, arms, like the wings are its little arms and the sides. Or its head with Pierce. It sounds like Rapid would be a better choice, to be completely honest. In that case, we would make the Uragon bow instead of this bug bow that we're farming for right now. Ugh. Stupid Giggies. There's monster fluid, we need monster broth. They drop it. Just takes a minute to grind it out. I think I somehow killed that other one all the way back there by the nest. That doesn't make much sense. It like died where it was jumping from. With Rapid Bow, you would take full advantage of Weakness Exploit. Yeah. Well, was anything... Okay, yeah, the head is 65. That's true. That's true. Our builds don't really... That's true. Our build has Wex. These builds are a little old now. We can likely start making even better builds than these now. It's not. It's small. It's a pretty small head. You would probably get 1 Pierce proc out of it. There we go. There's 1 of 4. And bring whetstones. Whoops. It's an official remix. It's from the Tri Hub. And the 3 Ultimate Hub, I think, as well. From which album? You'll find it in the Tri OST. Here, I'll link you to a playlist. This is a playlist of... Woo, I almost dropped the Vita. This is a playlist of all the hub themes. From Monster Hunter Tri. Most of them also appear in 3 Ultimate, but not all of them. was scary, dropping the Vita. Such nice songs. Whoops. We'll get it eventually. I don't think your odds doing this are quite as high as Vespoid or Banabra. Sorry, Banabra. To get the monster broth. There we go, 204. But I really hate killing Banabra. I really, really hate killing Banabra. So I find this much more preferable. Even just the fact that you always get to carve the monster is just like a huge deal. You don't just screw around with doing any stupid thing with like, oh, I gotta hit it exactly 3 times with this weak poison weapon, or like, oh, I have to bring enough poison and smoke bomb combines. It's like, I'm good. I'll just do this. IRL, would I rather fight a fist fight a Vespoid or a Banabra? Probably a Banabra. They both have kind of wicked looking stingers, but I feel like the Vespoid stinger looks a lot scarier. Vespoid look like a giant wasp. What? Beefy diggy. Gigi has a 10% chance to drop Monster Broth. It feels like less than that. Now, Monster Fluid being a 10% chance, I believe. Get off. At 3 of 4. Oh, I think I brought antidotes. Getting bodied by Giggies. Yeah, I remember seeing that about Banabras. It matters where they spawn to determine if they're going to drop the monster broth or not. It's kind of unique. Most mobs don't have that condition of where they're spawning, determining what they're going to drop. I think that's 4 of 4. Yep, we're good. So under 15 minutes for 4 of them, I consider that pretty good. Volcano Banabra has 30% chance of giving monster broth. Yeah, I know, I've farmed them there before. It's just such a pain. They fly around the area, they're hard to hit. I just hate them. I hate farming them. I'd much rather just do this. This is easy. Okay. Yeah, Gigis might have a lower chance of dropping it, but it's like you get to carve them every single time. They just line up over and over and over endlessly in front of you, and they come straight at you, and they even attach to you sometimes, which is just a lot easier than trying to deal with the Banabra flying all over the place. This song's really good. There we go. Got it. Okay. Thank you for making a weapon for your request. It's just nice to have a bow like that. Yeah. I mean, that's part of why I made it. It's just we needed... I mean, it's nice to have a bow like that. 27 Velvety Hide, by the way. Let's see. What does this bow fire? This bow fires... Paralysis effect up. It fires power, para, and close range. That's not too bad. Any bow that can fire both power and close range is in pretty good shape. Means we can bring some nitro shrooms and some wet fish. Close range will be kind of Monka S, but that's okay. I suppose we could bring combines for more para as well, if it's that high value. It might be high value against Amatsu, honestly. I don't have a huge amount of context for how much para that is. Increases by 250 each time. I don't really know how much that is. Okay, so we have all this stuff. This set has 239 defense. It's not awful. Neither I. Well, we'll feel it out together. Good news is the water res isn't terrible, so that means that we're not going to get wrecked. This is a mix of Silver Rathalos, Giganox, and regular Rathalos. Para knives are pretty strong para, though. Okay. Get a specialist, that'd be great. Combiner high. We don't really need any extra slots in our inventory though. No specialist. We'll go with Bombardier and attack up medium. I think Bombardier affects Ballista. Yeah, we'll do that. Great. Enjoy the music. I'm going to be right back. I'll probably use the bathroom, and then we'll go ahead and try this Amatsu out with Bo. This could go really poorly. I haven't fought an Amatsu in like a week or more, so I will have forgotten some of the nuance of being around it without dying instantly. It's good music. Be right back, folks. Thanks for sticking around. Whoops. It's a little warm in here, so I'm going to go ahead and turn on the AC. Alright. Thank you, MH3rd OST. I appreciate you. Let's try this Amatsu with Bo. Should be interesting. Yamatsu Magatsuchi. Potion, Mega Potion, Energy Drink, Max Potion, Power Charm, Armor Talon. Steak, Eggs, Paint, Bombs, Files. Alright. This is the first time... No, I guess I did light bowgun it, didn't I? This is not the first time I've gunned it since Generations. It's definitely the first time I've ever bowed it, I think. How do I feel about Monster Hunter World's version of Proof of a Hero and its inclusion? It's not included in a lot. I have a hard time remembering. I remember some of World's unique themes more. I think that is not featured as prominently, and I think that's okay. I like Proof of a Hero, and I think it should be featured in each of the games, but I'm okay if each of the games has their own prominent heroic theme or prominent main theme that isn't Proof of a Hero. I think that adds to each generation. Oop, I don't need those ballast binders. I think that adds to each generation's unique feeling. Let's just start off with power coding. It's only in the Zorami match after you dragonate it. I'm okay with that. I wish that there were motifs of it in some of the music pieces. Maybe not even. I think it's nice to have each. Maybe not each generation. I wish each generation had their own thing. But kind of like Dose has a different soundtrack that's a little bit off of Proof of a Hero. That didn't go too well there. Its wings are bigger than I remember. I think it adds to each generation's unique feeling, which is kind of neat. I need to aim a little bit lower and further back to hit the arms there. Whoops, missed its head there. That's pretty quick. Oh, hi. This feels like a decent matchup. I feel like I'm hearing enough Pierce procs when it's hitting the body that I feel like we'll be okay. We'll get a little bit lower down aim-wise. Might be too far away for Pierce even. Oop, that was a bad shot. So was that. I think we were gonna... That move is gonna be the killer. Thankfully, it's like decently easy to see coming. That's too high up. Aiming lower. That's my own fault. Kind of panicked a little bit there. It's okay. That wasn't too much damage. Oh, I should probably use that null berry. Seeing as we're bow and we use the last stamina. There we go. Yeah, that move will be our killer. If we're not paying attention to walk out of the way of it. That seemed like a decent angle as well. Yeah, the wax on this set is being completely wasted right now. But like I said, these sets are a little bit old. We'd be able to make, I think, crit eye focus sets now. With maybe elements up built in. That might be better than this. Working the arena to get the load up helmet. Load up is kind of an interesting, kind of decisive skill among bow users, where some people think that's a waste because it just means that you take more time to shoot out damage. Other people really believe in the boost you get from going from level 3 charge to level 4 charge. I think it depends on the bow, and it depends on if you're relying more on raw or elemental damage, I think. Maybe it affects both a little bit differently. Although I don't know the exact sort of math behind it. Not go main, so you have any idea. Me neither. Whew, that was a little close, I think. Oof, that move is really scary. I think that was a bad shot. Too close. Not too close. Think about how safe this has been for the most part, and imagine this fight with Adrenaline Bow. You would just have to really watch out for that one combo where it kind of drifts off to its side and then dashes forward quickly. Aside that, you'd be in pretty good shape, I think. Yeah, that specific combo right there. You need to watch out for that, but aside that, you'd be pretty good. I'm glad this fight hasn't like totally vanished from my head in terms of the patterns I can throw out. The practice is not for naught. Was not for naught. Nice. Nice. Even just running is not enough. You have to roll out of the way of that move. Yeah. Bad time to sheath there. Close range cloning is kind of spooky. Hello, Dinar. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm not gonna force myself to use it. We'll use it the rest of the power coding first. The bow makes gross bug noises. Broken arm. Ooh, nope, got a little greedy. How's Amatsu with bow? It's okay so far. You have to be pretty careful. There are lots of things that can get you hit pretty easily. We're still kind of learning. But it's not so bad. Shoot. It's okay if we get bapped, it's fine. That's fast. We're doing good damage. Ow. Thanks, Game God. We're trying. Requires a lot of learning, I guess. Tornado time! Oh, come on. Really? Wow, my depth perception is just gone. Yeah, the battle starts now. Yep. I'll bet you the best way to bow Amatsu has nothing to do with the shot type. I'm going to posit that right now. I bet it has everything to do with ARP shot spam. if I got that shot off. Ugh. That is really hard for Bo to get out of the way of. Really, really hard. Got a heal here. Did we bring you Como eggs? We sure did. Dang it. I don't think we're gonna get this para proc. I tried. I probably should have just spammed arc shot the whole time, to be honest. Yep, that's what I thought. Bummer. Getting better at dodging the water beams? Yeah, actually. I think you can iframe both of the beams. The beams themselves aren't a big... Oh, you mean at the end? At the end? Yes. Yes, I am. I understand a little better. The last time we did this fight with Hammer, and I was able to understand and deal with that just fine. I still don't get it right every single time. Yeah, not so much about running in circles, it's about orienting yourself to a Matsu and then running 3 different directions. That move is the death of me in this matchup. But we're still doing okay. I thought you meant these beams. I was like, yeah, Frenchie, I can dodge these beams. I think you have to basically iframe that. Yeah. I didn't think that we ran out of para. Like, it wasn't like we didn't have enough para shot to get a second para there. I know that. We just didn't hit it quickly enough. You have to iframe that, I think. We didn't hit it quickly enough because there were a couple breaks in the middle there. Ooh, hello. If you can iframe it. I don't think you can iframe it at the beginning of it. Let's use that Yukumo egg. Yeah, this thing does some not insignificant damage to us. Oh man. I wasn't close enough to a ballista. We're good. That might not have been a second safe potion. Yeah, we'll be okay. bow? Okay, there it is. Jeez. Would have been a good time to have close range coding active. I find close range coding like terrifying in this fight though. Whew! Forgot to use close range though. I'm just scared too. I think we'll get wrecked. That move is just so tough. You're supposed to have your bow out. But jeez. It really likes that move too. He's gonna try and be fancy and iframe through it like a dummy. I probably shouldn't have done that. Do we have a Farcaster still? We should. I guess I forgot to bring it. Whoops. Oh wait, there's no bed anyways. I forgot. Do you have evade window? Nope. Nope, Thanatos, we do not. Thanks, I appreciate it. Just not that one. That move is really, really rough for bow. Alright, that's 2 carts. We're 25 minutes in. We've not finished. We've not gotten into the final phase yet. We'll see how this goes. I'm hesitant to apply close range coding and use that. Really, really hesitant. Because I don't really want to get close to this thing. It's like we need to sheath more often or something. I get close to the scary mons. I really don't want to. I can't seem to deal with it. I think I just need to spend more time sheathed. How? I don't know. I hit it on the way up. That happens every so often. Have I seen Super Matsu from Frontier? I know of it. Oh, God. I know of it, I didn't see it. I think it gets like even more red as my general impression of it. That move is just like kryptonite. I don't know what to do about it. Except just keep tacking on damage and hoping we can make it through. Frontier is such an interesting game. I can't wait till it's back. Ugh. No, I didn't even look at it. I should have so looked at it. Am I out of those eggs? I'm out of those eggs. Now I just have to be patient and careful. Is that... No, that's nothing. It's nothing important. See me sheathing my bow a lot. This is kind of a wimpy way to finish this fight. Dead. Rip. That sucks. Have people been doing good getting servers up? Yeah, they've been reverse engineering things. I know on the single player side, people are able to play single player already, and then on the server side, they're still working on things. All right, we're gonna make one change and go back in and see how we can do. I know it's late, but I don't care. Yeah, absolutely. Gremlin hours, yeah. Rip. Researching the bow motion values to see if what you said about arc shots is true. You found nothing. There ain't bow motion values on the internet. Well, what I was saying, well, there are ways, if your bow, basically, like, every pellet that hits a monster from an arc shot is doing about as much element as like your regular shot would be. And you can often use arc shots to hit monsters when they're further away or hit parts of the monster that you wouldn't normally be able to extremely rapidly. Like imagine if you could make a pierce, imagine if you could make a pierce shot last as long as an arc shot. Like that's kind of what you're looking at there. We absolutely melted a Duramboros with this bow that we're about to use. I know I was just saying that I didn't want to get close to the monster. We're about to get close to the monster. That'll be interesting to watch. I agree. It'll be, I mean, if it's scuffed, if it's great, whatever, it'll be fun to watch for the last attempt of the night, I think. Alright, not forgetting a Farcaster this time. Got max potions. Stakes. Alright, what is this bow fire? This bow fires. Power, close range, poison, para. Nice. High value. Shot damage is odd. Shot damage is odd. It's part of why people who play ranged weapons are pretty much always real big brain. Good, we have just enough room for some Yukomo eggs, right? We have combines for power, poison, wet. We didn't bring combines for more para, but I'm fine with that. I don't like para that much. Like, we could bring combines for more paralysis, but I don't really care to. And then this bow has poison effect up. We're going to be poisoning as much as we can. This will be an interesting mix. We're going to try and stay up close when we can, and then when we can't, we're going to go ahead and try and do arc shots. Matsumagatsuchi. Let's see. So the parts that we want to hit the most are its head as far as shot type damage goes, although we're going to be relying on fire. It's weakest to... Actually, we could go for dragon instead. I feel like this bow is better. Head, wings, stomach, tail. Okay. Mostly head. This should be interesting.
Hi.
Robert586, thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the Monster Hunter. Thanks for being here. Oops, I'm sorry. I hit the microphone. Apologies. Didn't mean to do that. Yesterday there was a big storm here. I didn't see it because I was indoors streaming Monster Hunter, but apparently there's a big thunderstorm here. Well, welcome. Happy to have you. It's always good to have more people to talk about the series with or learn from. This bow looks so sick. Oops, that was supposed to be a sideways roll. It's okay. Frustrating. Oops. It's like as long as you're tracking that the right way, you can definitely miss it. But it's so easy to just get wrecked. I was scared she was coming after us. Oh, so close. Not too far there. I think this is doing a little better than last time. I agree, those close range shots in the head are tasty. Whoops. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Great. Alright, let's get to a ballista. Too far away. Oh, beams, beams. Wow. That's a lot of damage from those beams. I'd forgotten, I guess. It's okay. We're doing pretty good. I didn't respond to that tell for that move quickly enough. This is going really well. We're dealing a ton of damage right now, I think. With this bow. Once we're out of this power coating, we're going to go ahead and do poison. We probably should have led with poison, to be completely honest. You love it when I call out what kills you before it kills you? Beams! Just ominously. Have a cruddy shot. Get there. Wait, whoops, that was supposed to be a roll, not an arc shot. My bad. Ugh. Bow takes forever to sheath. Like a metric hour or something. I don't know what a metric hour is, but you know. Poisoned. really have to iframe it. You're in deep when you start complaining about sheath speed. Yeah. Did I apply the coating? I don't know if I did. I don't think so. No, now I did. Okay. Oh gosh. We're just running. A braver soul would have tried to fire those close range coatings at the Amatsu. It hurts so much. I don't trust Amatsu at all. I'm like, I know you're about to do that move that kills me. Every time it floats to the side like that, I get scared. Alright, let's go in and let's get some good damage on that head. Or not. I wonder what happened to that arc shot. Shouldn't waste close range coatings with arc shots, I don't think. Missed. That's its final form. Wow. Final form in under 15 minutes. That's nutty. Alright, I don't remember which direction I'm supposed to run towards it. I think I'm supposed to run this way. Yeah. Then towards it. Darn it. That's okay. Staying down. Okay, we're alive. I regret suggesting Pierce. It's not your fault. There's not a strong Pierce Fire or Pierce Dragon Bow in the game. Spread is also just kind of bonkers. Spread's like if you can hit something with dual blades all at once, if that makes sense. Like a whole bunch of dual blade strikes every time you fire your bow on the same part with elemental damage. We should get poison procced again. And combine some more close range coating. We've got this. We've got Weather the Storm. I thought I was going to do this move for a second. I was going to be really pissed. pissed. Ugh. Missed. That feels bad, man. Get it. Gosh darn it. That should be enough. Got too close, got slapped. We should heal probably. Especially with that move. Okay, so if you see it drifting off to the side, you can sheath every time like that. I just need to make myself do that every time it floats off to the side. I need to make sure I sheath. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, we're way too far away. I shouldn't have started charging it. Whoops. That sucked. Oh well, live and learn. Not poisoned yet. Poisoned. Where's the ballista? It's over here. I missed it, I think. Yeah, I won't be able to get there. That's okay. It'd be funny if it died to poison. Ooh, okay. I thought I accidentally applied the coating at a bad time. I did not, which is nice. Wow, that poison proc didn't last too long. That's okay. I think they deal sets amounts of damage, that's fine. So good. Got it. That was cool. Wow, that was fun. I think that might be my fastest kill with bow. Or it might be my fastest kill on the Matsu. Time? We'll see. Sub 25. barely over 20. Like 20 minutes, 30 seconds. That's pretty fast. For me, at least. Especially in such an unoptimized set. I guess not even unoptimized. Wex was pretty useful there, along with Pellet Up. Oh, that was fun. Thanks for the suggestion, Martz. Bo was a fun matchup on Amatsu. And we hadn't done that yet. Very special hunt, this one. You can easily get sub 15. Yeah, we probably could. With the right bow and the right setup, I'm sure you could get sub 10. I had a feeling it would be nice. Dude, getting close to the monster was really fun there. What did we get? Elder Dragon Blood, Shell, Patagium, Claw, Tail. Tail! Nice. Tempest Sap, Patagium, Claw, Tempest Sap. Nice. 20 minutes, 33 seconds. Should work towards that? Maybe. I don't feel overly passionate about bow speed running, but that was fun as a one-off. That was pretty fun. Oh. Probably do Super Amatsu with that. That's true, we might be able to do Super Amatsu with that. That's a good point. Okay, well, it has been a long stream. We've been over 6 hours now. So we're gonna go ahead and turn on some show music. Do a charm run. And call it a night. You gotta do a charm run, friendship. Everyone knows that's how you end the night proper. Pretty good night, all in all. Did some more training school stuff. Was able to take down Amatsu one more time. Oh, Elatrian and Amatsu one more time. Feel pretty good about that. I'm going to try and look into how we could do that longsword matchup against Elatrian better. And then tomorrow I think I'm going to do Lance. Lance gave me some trouble, but also parts of that matchup seem super promising. So, will you be doing honey runs to close out streams and Freemy Night? That's probably not a bad idea. That's probably not a bad idea. It really did feel like we were blasting Amatsu's face with a shotgun. A fire shotgun. Made of gold Rathian parts. I'm not sure why I ever made a Pierce set that had Wex built into it. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, I mean, like, obviously you're going to be trying to hit 1 or 2 weak spots, but isn't Pierce's whole thing that you want it to crit? Oh dear. Oh well, we can make a new set. So low on honey. I need to do some charm farming off stream and get a bunch of honey saved up because we're in bad shape right now. Bad shape. If shotguns were the new gunner weapon, you'd be hyped. Isn't that already in the game? Isn't spread heavy bowgun enough? It's been a good night in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, I think. I'm gonna turn off the music in the game real quick. Spread light bowgun as well, yeah. Especially spread light bowgun, I feel like feels like a shotgun because you're walking around all mobile like. What should we listen to? Hmm. I listen to this almost every night, which is kind of silly, but I like it. Alright, let's get some charms. See if we can end the night on a lucky charm. It's the music for the flying Leviathan Elder Dragon that summons storms. You mean Amatsu Magatsuchi Marts? Is that the Elder Dragon that summons storms that you're talking about? Which came first?
Hi.
I feel like we've had this conversation before, but which came first? Shantian or Amatsu? Oh, you mean Kushala? Oh. I thought you were talking about Shantian, dude. Kushala is not a Leviathan. I wonder what the, like, I'm assuming that there was G rank in Frontier before Shantian was added, so I wonder what the G rank Urgent used to be before Shantian. I wonder, like, how the progression of Frontier changed over time. Like, what was the, I think, from what I've heard described, originally it was just kind of like an online dose, was the original progression of it. Like, just like, it's just like an online expanded version of dose. There's a few monsters thrown in. Like, there's some G-rank monsters and G-rank fights thrown in. Then you add in styles and so many exclusive monsters, and it's like, how did they change the progression up to where it ended? Which was all, like, admittedly messy, but I don't know. It must have been interesting to watch and follow along with. Imagine if you played Frontier all 12 years. That'd be pretty cool. That's gotta be one of the coolest Monster Hunter experiences you could have. It's just playing through Frontier over the course of its life. Amatsu came first. That doesn't super surprise me. Thank you for checking. This music really did fit the fight. G1 came in 2013? Okay, thank you. This music really fit the fight because it was really nerve-wracking. The thing could, like, you're on this giant floating boat in the middle of the sky, like a wide boat. Wider than the boat that you fight Gore Magala on in 4 Ultimate. And this thing can just raise across the surface of it at any point and just, like, throw down a bunch of lightning or a bunch of, like, tornadoes and stuff. Shoots beams at you. You're desperately trying to deal enough damage to it before the thing times out and runs away. And as you do, you have to use these ballista binders to like rope it back down onto the ship. It's so cool. So you actually poke at the thing. It's pretty neat. I hear your wide boat, level 7. Not getting too many charms. See, we got a lot of mystery charms from this rock here. This is one of the places in the hunt where they, or one of the places in the realm where they can come from the most. Put Rajang on that tiny boat. Marth's has done that. Marth's makes custom quests that we do sometimes here on the stream when we have multiplayer nights, and they have put a tiny or a Rajang on that tiny boat. Isn't this the monster that kills itself when it's weak? I don't think so. Not unless that's like something that happens in its G rank version and not the high rank version. Alright, back we go. Let's see what we get. It's good music, man. Alright, let's see what we get. Nice, another Time-Worn Charm and another Ancient Shard. Nice job, cats. No Dragon Talisman. Feels bad. Nothing special. That's okay. Got some Zenny. Not that we need lots of that anymore, but that's okay. Alright. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. It was a pleasure to play some Monster Hunter for y'all. I'll be back tomorrow with some more. Like I said, I think tomorrow we're going to be doing maybe one more longsword run against the Latrian and then trying to learn it with Lance. I'm not going to try and learn it with all the weapons, I don't think, but just the ones that I think sound interesting. Might do Greatsword after that. We'll see. Really enjoyed the stream? Good. I'm glad Deviant Rajang. That makes me happy. For now, we're going to go ahead and see who else is on streaming Monster Hunter so we can give somebody a raid. If it's anyone's first time here and you haven't followed, think about following. It's always fun to have more people around to talk about Monster Hunter with and to enjoy Monster Hunter with. We have a Discord. It's super cozy. My favorite part about the Discord is there's a room called the Showcase where you kind of put whatever you're working on in Monster Hunter, whether it's a cool armor set, a new character, a crazy clear of a quest, a screenshot, whatever. I like that a lot. Someone is streaming 4 Ultimate. I've rated them before. I think they're Korean. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid them. Their name is Feel0401. Or Freel? Is it Feel or Freel? It's Feel. Alright. I'll be back tomorrow with some more Portable Third. Let's enjoy some 4 Ultimate. Looks like they're playing on a 3DS. That's awesome. Capture 3DS for the win. Good night, everybody. And I'll see you all tomorrow. I guess if we're going to do any monster hunting, happy hunting and cheers. Have a good night or a good day. I'll see y'all next time.